Greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome back to this week's episode of Tomes and Tales RPG. It's been a while for us, not for you, but for us, it's been about 2-3 weeks, I think. I had a wedding, it was a whole thing. It's been a bit of a wild ride for our group, but I think we'll move into the next day right off the bat after our little investigation in Traders Bay. Had some things go on, some things were realised, but we're back into it. So we'll get back to that momentarily on tonight's episode, Tomes and Tales. Ooh.
Welcome to Tomes and Tales RPG.
And welcome back. So, last we left our group, they hastily agreed to move with their newfound colleague Sebastian to investigate one of these homes that was ransacked by this supposed private security task force that seems to be making waves throughout the city. The group set up posts on the outer edges of the street with Zero and Sebastian moving to stealth, while Hugle and Voyage opted to run a wide defense using dog to guide the party's deception, as it would be, to these two knights that were standing opposed in the street. Dog made a very swift break for a treat that Sebastian had magically planted on one of the knights, but the knight in question was a bit too perceptive as they caught Dog mid-lunge and attempted to nightfall him over his knee. Failed deceptions from Hugle, disguised as a dwarven knight, led to swords being drawn. Yes, I did leave that in there. And battle ensued. Spells and bullets flew, as well as arrows and refuted daggers. The female knight fell quickly, while adorned in a peculiar horn that was known to two of our members and absolutely is an attempt to save a screw up on my part. The second knight was felled, and quickly the bodies were disposed of by Sebastian and Zeph being a little bit too comfortable in hot blending some bodies in acid. The knights were beholden of much gold and 2 bottles of astral, which is the drug that seems to be sweeping the city. A stern warning was put to Sebastian by Zefaris as they felt that their newfound friends' lives were put in jeopardy, and an agreement was made to not act on any new information until a plan was better thought out in future, leading to a bit more trust between our newly compromised party. Investigating the house, the party all yielded different results of this seemingly sanctioned home invasion. An Earth Genasi member of the sect named Shatter was arrested, and his hidden safe somehow found and emptied. Papers strewn about the small office show that he had been receiving paper orders of astral, but they were coded in such a way that only someone savvy in Thieves' Camp would know what the orders actually were, aka the chips and dip fiasco. A photo upstairs did show that Shatter was indeed involved with a now, at the moment, unnamed Shadar Kai woman who currently is missing in action. We don't know where she is. Downstairs, broken glass alerted Sebastian to a hidden stash of coagulated astral vials under the sink, which he tried and failed to hide one in his pocket. The party reconvened as Voyage told Zero that he saw Sebastian attempt to pocket one of these vials, and moments later, Sebastian urged Hugo to cast Zone of Truth, which the party all opted to fail, and apologising for a misstep, Sebastian promised that he was in this line of work for the right reason. Later into this evening, arriving back at Zero's apartment, Zero's sending stone from her son Valrus lit up as he announced he was on his way over. A manic cleaning montage happens as we witness the creation of what seems to be the first arcane Roomba and Dyson, as the entire party helped clean Zero's home for Val's arrival. Roughly just under an hour of manic cleaning, he arrived earlier than expected, and dinner was cooked between Hugo, Zero, and Sebastian. A home-cooked meal was had, and polite merrymaking was made between this party of old and new. Valrus left in good spirits, but not without mentioning that a gala was due to happen in just over a week, as the city council has new announcements that they wish to make, and asked Zero if her and her newfound friends would like to come as well, as Valrus was confident in his abilities to forge copies or obtain such extra invitations. The night ended for Sebastian, with him heading away from the rest of the party back to his home for the evening, unlocking a drawer, taking out a book and erasing the number 23 and changing it to the number 25. Our other compatriots took to rest quite quickly, with Hugle and Zero seemingly having the roughest of sleeps. We ended with the Wanderer invading another one of Zero's memories, seemingly having it play out in real time but interacting with Zero in her present-day consciousness. He left with a statement of investigatory curiosity as to what lies at the back of Zero's mind. But with that, we pick back up to the following day, which is Mikandas, the 25th day of Swathran, 9:83 PS. So, Zero, after your 4 hours of meditation, your muscles ache with the tensing of the memory just witnessed, but now tainted with the visual of the Watcher, this entity that seems to slowly but surely be invading the personal safety of your mind. With that though, you still get your full rest. You don't reap any missteps of not being able to rest the full night. And again, you're always the first to awaken, being the only elf of the group. So you stand from your chair and like, you feel like all your vertebrae go back in, like a click clack toy for a kid. And everything goes back together. I guess kind of setting the scene, you look out, everyone's still asleep at this moment in time. Dog's like completely stretched out over the bed. The boys are sleeping in the bed. I can't remember where Zefaris said I think they might have been on the other couch, yeah. And like with the blankets, and you look and you remembered how badly you tried tucking everyone in and just failed miserably. You're like, still got it. You look out to your floor-to-ceiling windows and you see the rumbling of darker clouds once again bearing grim tidings of heavy rain, seemingly very heavy comparative to some of the last couple of days. As light specks are already so lightly wrapping the glass as it slowly rolls in. However, you do see beyond the outer edges of the city where the storm is already happening. Like when you can see like the storm clouds and there's that very clear sheet where the rain's already started. It's probably going to hit the city proper in like 2 hours, honestly. So with the next few moments of silence to yourself before your compatriots are due to wake up, what would you like to do?
What's the current time again, sorry?
I think you guys went to bed about 9-10 o'clock, I think, from memory. So we're going to say it's going to be early. It's like 10, 11, 12, probably 1, 2 a.m., give or take.
Yep, beaut. It'll just be like sort of like mundane stuff, probably just like doing some quiet tidying up from the night before, and making sure my guns are good to go for the day because it's going to be a big day today. And
busy day.
And then with like the lack of stuff to do, there's like a moment where like she's kind of like John Travolta in Pulp Fiction, where she's in her own apartment, like looking at everyone sleeping. And then she'll probably sit down at her desk and she's going to start on a journal of all of her memories, because now after last night she doesn't trust that they're not going to be touched and warped permanently for her. So she'll just start from present day and then work her way back, and she will just keep doing that until someone wakes up.
I would like you, as you go back, and for someone that's been alive, I guess in comparison to the rest of the party, considerably a little bit longer, as you go back and you try to salvage the most core memories that you want or wish to remain untouched, especially the one that you experienced last night in your dreams, your meditative state, I would like you to give me a charisma saving throw. It's going to be a low DC, but we shall see.
Get me early. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. That's a 16 total.
With a 16, as you sit there in contemplative silence and attempt to just push back, when you live for a long time, things become a bit faded. For elves, their ability to recall memories is obviously a little bit better. Their minds that are built for longer periods of time. The longest elves living to be about 900, nearly 1,000 years old, but the average elf lifespan is about 750, 800 years. So you've got time. as you push back to just try and recall key memories, like, you know, when the kids were born, all that sort of stuff, you can't help but feel that little bit on the edge where you're recalling them in perfect detail, but something's off-putting about them, and you know it's strictly because the Wanderer's presence is there, and it makes them feel off-putting. But you are able to do so at this point in time. I would also like you to make a sleight of hand check, and I'm going to say everyone have your passive perceptions ready, because you need to be able to make sure we don't wake anybody up.
That is... I hate when it does this.
I can't believe you've done this.
It's 14.
Anyone have a passive over that?
17.
16.
Nope.
Cool. Your light puttering through the apartment does eventually alert these two a bit later into the morning. So I'm still going to say you get the benefits of a long rest regardless, but your perception of the outside world begins to kind of break into your consciousness towards when you guys are about to get ready. It's mainly in that moment where like you're struggling to find things to do and you start getting sloppy in your actions. And you're like, oh, maybe I'll move this particular vase over here. I'm like, bink! And then like just tabs on you like, still got it. And you're like moving on to the next one. And eventually you guys are brought to consciousness. And Hugle is the last one, of course. The heaviest sleeper of them all.
You've got a 17, you go first.
All Zeph is gonna do is kind of sit up, see that you're, you know, writing, doing all your stuff, and then just kind of, just wait a little bit, and just kind of gonna not necessarily go back to sleep, but be in a just in a relaxed state, just not really getting up doing anything just yet, waiting until more fuss goes
The
on.
short rest state where you're just relaxing with your eyes closed but not asleep. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Are you, Voyage?
When he hears all the knocking, the little light tap every now and then of the pen against the paper.
And then tap, 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 tap on the table. Oh, yeah.
What's that again?
It's like that one bit. I was like, how do I spell this in common again?
Yes.
It's gives the incorrect spelling.
Thank you. Wait, what?
Who is it? Who are you? What do you are? Oh my God, you got fat.
Well, it was a good meal last night. It's only like 2 pounds.
Bread makes you fat. Bread makes you fat?
I'm gonna roll out of bed, but respectfully so, like that I am awake, but I'm not gonna directly tell you I'm awake. I'm just gonna make just enough noise so you know I'm awake. But I don't wake anyone else up at the same time.
Zero will eventually like look over from the desk and go, I did not wake you.
No, definitely not. Definitely dead.
What's happening here?
Roll an insight.
You know.
Deception or persuasion?
Oh,
Don't like
manage.
oh, fuck.
18.
Fuck.
I didn't even have to see it. Mine's not betrayed at all.
Yeah, no, you know. You know we ain't telling the truth.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't. Was it the writing? Was it the pen tapping? It was the pen tapping, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, it sounded... I hope your book's okay. It sounded...
It's seen better days.
Fully got friction burns on the page.
Yeah.
You look like you're the only one awake, sort of.
In one eye open when you're sleeping.
These are references that I don't know what it is. And now I'm like,
One eye open.
now I'm like, oh damn, I'm old. Like,
I get like a third of the stuff you guys say.
What time would it roughly be?
By the time they wake up, it'd probably be like 7. Like to get a proper 8-hour rest, like 7, I'd say.
Yeah. All right. Should we wake the others?
Maybe with breakfast.
With breakfast? Yes. Cooking.
I've got it.
Thank you. Zero just hunches back down and goes back to her riding.
I'm not gonna make you roll for it because I feel like a ranger not being able to cook is just an absolute fucking tragedy.
Criminal
Just-
offensive.
Yeah, criminal offense. Yeah, like how like bards can't dance would be a whole thing.
Oh yeah.
So,
Pretty funny though.
but you know how to cook. So you raid the pantry and find a small collection of meats and like bread and all that sort of stuff, and you're able to do a light breakfast for the group. And eventually, you're all brought to more awareness with the smell of fresh cooked goods, and knowing full well that Zero didn't cook any of it.
That's fair.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, that is the
I'm a master of many things. Cooking ain't one of them.
Absolutely.
Imagine Hugo just rolls it.
Does Hugo do the cartoon?
Cartoon, yeah.
Like down the man.
Zooms out. He's just standing on dog.
Sebastian left like the fucking magic Roomba behind.
That'll happen. And yes, you're all awoken to the smell of breakfast. And we all reconnect. I put it to you.
Big day of plans ahead. You need to go
Yes.
check in on.
Sing, yes.
Yeah.
Need to make good on that one. And then we're going to the warehouse, yes?
Yes, but I'd like to stop in the library.
That's right, we do need to do that as well. Okay.
Yes, I need to return this book.
Oh, sure.
Mushrooms? Starts
Yes.
pulling some food.
Here you go. Don't let dog eat those. You'll regret the smell.
It's like one of those shots where like everyone's standing at the counter trying to get their breakfast in their bowls, and it's just a couple of horns. Like his tongue like leeching over, trying to reach, but he's just too short to do it.
Not for
Not
Hugo,
on my
it's
wooden
not.
bench tops!
Stalks off into the corner.
Somebody get this poor animal a ball!
Which one should I use? Has pulled out your nice fine china.
No!
Not that one.
There's so many dusty balls that don't get used. So many.
Feels like a big steel cooking bowl for dog, like just a big bowl. And, like it doesn't matter. Like no matter how hard he chews it, it's never gonna get fucked up.
It will. He drills acid.
It'll take a while.
So, my thinking is, we pick up our new friend, maybe we go to the library first, and then we go to Sing and then the warehouse?
Yeah, I have a feeling that leaving the warehouse until later, when there's less, whatever sun is present.
Yeah.
At least when the clouds aren't grey and they're more of a blackish colour.
When we can see through the rain.
Yeah, that too.
Alright, well, finish your breakfast and let's get moving.
I cooked, I'm not cleaning.
Fine. Pulls up a stool to the thing. Was the library near, or on the way to the library, is there the church of...
Let me just double check. The library is in
Corvus?
Raisum's the law sector, and the church is.
It was near Goss's.
You are correct. I don't have that document up because I thought I had it up, but I didn't because I'm a great dungeon master. I'm so smart, you guys. I'm so good.
You are a great dungeon master.
I'm trying. I'm trying my damnedest. Yeah, let's have a gander here. Nope. 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 Nope.
This man has so much lore.
Yes, Miros, same neighborhood as Goss, the Church of the Queen of the Corpus. Is
Is
in
that-
Miros.
On the way, like would be going near that or not?
Miros is behind Razor, so it is near the library. Yeah, it is near the law sector. So Miros is just like, if you have a look at your map, Razor is down the bottom and Miros is just behind it. So you can, it's not on the way,
No.
but you can do it in one swift motion if you wanted to do all of them at once.
Doesn't matter.
Or you do it.
I was just gonna say drop me on the way if it was a thing, but if it's not on the way, Hugo just wouldn't put it up. He'd know the layout based on one of my stats. I know places I've been, so if it's not on the way, he wouldn't even bring it up.
Fair enough. So if that's basically the morning for our party, we close this scene as everyone puts their gear together, gets their kits ready, and we head out the door, down the elevators, and onto the busy enough but quiet city streets still. It is still quite early in the morning compared to some, but you do see a lot of workers on the way. Again, the city truly never sleeps. It's just quiet for a little bit as we continue on with the day. And as you guys begin to move from Zalotto to Rezum, which luckily for you, the law sector is the next suburb over. So it's only a quick trip, probably about 45 minutes, just breaking all the people. As you guys are walking, we'll quickly cut to our friend Sebastian. You wake up in your home. It is quiet. It is a bit lonely as you put all your arcane kit back together. Basically, just get yourself prepped and get ready to meet up with your new friends. I would say in the motions of going around your house, you're, just walking around just to see if anything's out of place, this and that. The paranoia begins to set in a little bit. Considering that the party made it known that some people in the sect, which is your knowledge is slowly expanding about, are aware of your presence as a person.
Yeah.
You're unsure if they know your name or what this and that is, but they're aware that you exist. And I feel like that paranoia probably sets in with them a little bit. I would like make a perception check for me.
Sounds good. Oh, shoot, yeah. 22.
Okay. You walk down the stairs, check everything's alight, make sure there's been no suspect motions around the property. You take a peek out one of the multicolored theater curtain colors from those front windows, and you look, and again, the streets are busy, like people are going to work. You see a couple of people taking slow strides and staring at the house. You're unsure if you've seen them before, but because the city's so large, could be something suspect, could be odd. But I would definitely say, unless you have another thought about where Sebastian's mind would go, probably feeling a little bit uneasy now that you're aware that people know that you kind of exist. But you are able to set up your morning, and I believe, were you going to meet with the rest of the party, or were you guys going to go back to his house and pick him up, or what was the game plan for that? I've had a bit of a blank on that.
We could pick him up, pull up in a carriage. Come on in, baby.
We're going shopping.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping. Okay, well, we'll say that then. It's you guys are going to go to the library and stuff first earlier in the morning, and then break off back to where Sebastian's home was. So in that moment while you wait for your friends, it feels a bit touchy with the landscape now being very different. Is there anything you would quickly do with his morning a bit differently, or before we go back to our favourite place, the
I think
library?
Seeing those people there has definitely put Sebastian on edge enough that as he's assembling his gear in the midst, because he does have a couple of artificer spells that he can re-prepare and stuff like that, he's going to take what was used initially to provide him more protection and things like that, and just kind of break that apart, take a little bit of an old miniature version of the smoke and mirror, and kind of twist and adjust that, and basically swap that out for disguise self.
Sick.
Just to have it on in the day. He's also going to look around a little bit and try and, in the midst of making breakfast, he doesn't eat it himself. He instead makes a little boxed breakfast and starts frantically collecting some flowers in the rain and
Like a
stuff
bento
like that.
box.
Yeah, he makes a little bento box. And you can see him kind of pacing through and thinking, right, so they're going to be coming here, which means perhaps I can take a detour on their first trip. I'll inform them accordingly. Puts away another stone, lets that record, and just keeps that away. Other than that, I think he's okay. I think he's kind of cycling through. Maybe he takes one of the theatre books and he starts looking through and kind of just studying faces and looking for like a guest appearance to try and memorize a face and an appearance.
Cool. Yes.
So as he's doing that, he is still like kind of looking. And okay, every now and then you see him kind of keeps his finger on the page that he knows Olivia's on and just kind of looks at that quickly, puts it back, keeps looking. Looks back again, looks at the breakfast.
Which poor soul can I incriminate instead of myself?
Yeah, pretty much. He's trying not to find anyone too local.
I was like, you're not from here, we'll use you. Excellent, that is more than good. You're able to, I feel like swapping out the smoke and mirror because that's like a little silver side. It's kind of like when they take out kyber crystals from Jedi lightsabers, where it's just like, beep, and you just put a different motor in it and all of a sudden it does a completely different thing. It's like changing the head on your multi-tool.
Yes.
It goes from a minor sword to a Dremel, like all of a sudden.
Yes.
Very cool little bit of kit.
Nice. Yeah.
But we love that. Cut to our main 4 miscreants going into the law sector. And again, early in the morning, there's still quite a few people here. Obviously, not a lot of workers coming. Like people do work there, but there's also a lot of students. Some of them, you see groups that are well put together and ready to go. And you see one young dwarven lad with a bit of a scruffy, like, sideburns and a little bit of a goatee here, and his hair looks like he's just mad. He probably hasn't slept since last week, and he's got like a stack of books. He's like sprinting off to his corridor. It's it's busy. A lot of people here. If you're not working, you're studying. If you're not studying, what are you doing?
Murder.
Murder. What murder?
What murder?
Us? No. Now, you guys move into the library again, and again you're hit with that sudden burst of like just the right amount of temperature as like all the light shifts and your eyes reset to like the way the candles glowing. You pass all those portraits again, and just the plethora of books on shelves, some stacked on tables. You see some other students and maybe some arcano scientists studying, and some people that are just doing some casual exploration and reading. But due to the fact that it's earlier in the morning, you do see Miss Felicity Fidanza, the pale elf woman behind the counter, just checking over some ledgers and paperwork. And sure enough, she's alerted to your presence as you guys slowly get closer. Because again, it seems like she hears everything in this library.
Alyssa?
Felicity Fidanza.
Yeah.
I've got notes further back.
Too many pages. But yes, you approach, and she gives a nice like, oh, and she closes the book. Hello, how are we today?
Yeah, not too bad.
A little bit of a blush. Thank you for this. And reaches up and pushes the book up onto the...
Oh, thank you. And just she grabs the book, and you hear she puts it in like one of those trolleys, and there's a very big, like it's a big book.
Half the size of Hugo.
You're like, she looks to you straight away, and she leans and she goes, would you like me to talk about this privately, or do you want me to just hand it over and you read it yourself? Is there a preference?
Yeah, just talk about it, but try and keep it...
In this immediate group? Okay.
Zero like goes and like stands near like a shelf that has like fucking like nothing on it because maybe it's being reorganized, and just starts like rubbing the shelf and like trying to like act like she's not eavesdropping, but it's like, yes, I'm not paying attention, ignore me.
Just make sure she can hear it too.
I can assure you the shelf is quite clean, my love, if you would like to just join us.
Sidesteps over.
So, what I was able to garner, a bit of cheeky information, grabbing here and there. I had some friends grab some stuff for me. I don't know what your parents told you or any of your friends here, but the Whistling Hamlet is mostly a fishing and whaling town. It seems to be their subsidiary of their main source of business. It's actually one of the oldest surviving townships in the nation, believe it or not. They've constantly rebuilt it and care for it. It's a working town, labor of love, nice little place. A lot of people, there's a lot of homes there, and a lot of people live there along the dock city, so a lot of names come and go. It's a bit of a lot of stuff to take. Very, very nice though. Slightly larger than most towns, again, which made it a bit tricky trying to locate all these particular names of people, but I believe we agreed to just rounding it up to the last 30 years to try and circle down on something a little bit closer. Now, going back the last 30 years, if we were starting at year 29, 30, majorly recorded, there only seems to be 5 births that we can link up that might be good for you. There was... Now, I'll read the names out and spell them if you want them, or you can just spell them yourself if you remember how to spell them. There was Eugene and Eris, and their child survived, and their name was Luciana. Dominic and Nicola, their child also survived. Their son was named Orvid. Morgan and Xander, their child supposedly had died some days later due to some unconfirmed illness. The name was unconfirmed, but 2 of the nurses there couldn't confirm whether the name would be Mordred or Maxis. There was Kalia and Aaron. Their child survived, and believe it or not, their child was named Karen. Very clever. Quina and Mikkel. Their child died, but it was named Miguela. And that seems to be all we could get from that.
Okay.
If there's something more concrete you're chasing, if any of that helps, I can again send out another missive to try and attempt more. But generally with those sort of things, unless the family stay there for a very long time and they keep seeing the same physics and all that sort of stuff, it generally doesn't hang around very often.
Okay.
If you're looking for a particular thing, I can see what I can pull together for you. It might cost a little bit, but we might be able to do it.
He's just kind of pondering the names for the moment. I imagine he's been given the paperwork and is having a good look at it.
Like a writ on it with like a copy, where it's basically just the names of the parents and then the names of the children and their statuses.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Jesus.
Not me quickly referring back to my character information.
I'd rather you refer to the information than just pull it out your ass. Not that I've done that on recording in the last 10 episodes.
No.
Me? Never. I am a consummate professional.
How much would it cost to find out more about Morgan and Xander?
Morgan and Xander?
Yep. He's not also dyslexic trying to read it?
Yeah. She thinks on it for a moment and goes, well, first we'd have to find out if they're still in the village. If they're still in the village, wonderful. We can probably make do with that. If they want to share that information, then that's up to them. If they've left and moved somewhere else, it then becomes whoever or whatever you send to try and garner this information, you then have to pay other people to go and look for them. So realistically, you'd probably be looking at, I guess the most technical term, like a notice of summons, just to say, hey, we wish to speak to you. Is it possible we could get a time and date, and whether they write back or not? Probably looking, I guess, just by post, like 1 piece of silver, just do it like post, unless you have I know you can rent those, they're called raptors. They're like mechanical birds that can relay information. Only certain artificers and tinkerers make them, but if you can find someone to make them, it can be a little bit more, I guess, not really formal, but easier when you hear a voice on the other end of a note, I believe. But that would cost you probably about 30 to 50 gold, because they are expensive to make. But
Where is this city?
Whistling Hamlet is right down the south. It's one of the oldest dock villages, from what I've been able to piece together.
So Hugle will pull out his map.
Mm-hmm.
Say, do you mind pointing it out? Looking at the map I've got, is it one of the 2?
Whistling Hamlet is
Let's go there.
Yep.
Beautiful.
on the right hand side.
Just marks it down on the map. Looks over to Voyage. Are we hunting somebody or?
No, not hunting.
Such a harsh word.
Yeah.
Hunting?
You just don't pull trigger at the end. Or maybe you do. Who knows?
Yes, I guess I mean, are we searching for somebody?
I'm searching loosely. He looks flustered by the situation. Like, do I really want to directly try and contact them right this second? Am I immediately going to make this choice? Can I just write them a letter and like have that sent off? He's immediately started talking to Felicity again. Sorry.
Yeah.
I gave no pause to indicate that.
Yeah, you're okay. If you would like. Now, granted, a letter will take a little bit longer to get there, so I'm unsure of when or if you'll get a response. I kind of already have the line of communication. Like, you can just leave it here and we can just send it. Or if you want to maybe take some time to think about it and write it, I'm sure any one of your friends that live here can show it to one of the local post offices and send that off.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And he's just kind of looking at the paperwork. And he's done the math for one of them. He's just... How do I explain it in a way that makes sense? Like, finally, he has a real lead. Finally, this is a real lead that he could follow. But there's workshops to blow up, so he needs to put a lid back on it real quick.
Hey, whoa, man. You better turn that capital A anarchy into a fucking lowercase a, alright? You better settle down, Taylor.
Quick DM question.
Yes.
We've already talked about that other town to the south that builds a lot of stuff.
Bjorkuma. Yeah.
Bjorkuma. I had that pointed out at one point. Is that this guy? Or is that
That is that one there between the peaks. Yes,
Yeah.
that's Bjorkuma.
So,
Because
Hugle
the safest
does sort
place
of
to make stuff.
pull you aside and sort of say, if we do plan on heading down to Bjorkheimer, it looks like it's not too much further from there to the Whistling Hamlet if we were to make the venture ourselves.
If it lines up with where we're going, then we'll go.
I'm sure if we were to blow up a few factories, we might want to lay low for a couple of days.
Oh yeah. A few factories, a few workshops.
Shoots a look at Felicity. You heard nothing.
Gives you a wink. Turns around.
Blush. Turns the other way.
Oh my god, it's blind!
If you want to get one of the little the weird little robo birds,
Felicity around the counter. A raptor.
one of the robo birds.
Yes, Robobird. Sorry, I don't want to die.
And you aren't confident in spending the gold, just let me know. We can sort it out. It's fine. Just for your consideration. I don't want money to be a speed bump that slows you down.
I appreciate that a lot.
It's nothing, you stupid boy.
While we're having this conversation, can I have your son's mobile number? Rock number?
Honey, that's not how this works. There's no cell phones in my fantasy, homie.
Rock number.
Yeah, every time I'm doing on the like sending stuff, I'm always like.
It's like,
Can I borrow your
it's like a
sentence,
stone banana. Like,
Zara's like, here you go,
Pardon?
Sorry, the build up for that was fucking beautiful.
Let me just 1 second.
we call that art.
What was that again?
I was hoping to get Val's help in researching these two names. He highlights them with like a dent in the paper using a fingernail.
Ah, yes, help with research. Of course. Absolutely. Not a problem. He will love that.
He said he would help.
Yes, I know he did.
Why did you look at me like that? How is that my fault? This new motherfucker.
And then I guess what would kind of be the exchange for that, being able to give that sort of communication line over to Voyage for Valorous?
I think for that you'd have to play the intermediary for that, because sending stones are paired. There's no such thing as triplets for sending stones.
Absolutely.
And he'd have to meet up with you guys to do it, and everyone is staying with you, so you'd have to be there.
Alright.
Just here. Can I borrow your phone? Did you have any phone games?
Told you he was an arcade kid.
Oh, you better not touch that with no Cheeto dust on your finger. I was so mad.
But I just gunpowder.
Nothing's sacred in this house.
Well, I mean, if it's going to be, a lot of back and forth, we could probably organize getting some sending stones crafted for you both. But in the meantime, I suppose you could use mine. Do you want it now?
No. No, not right now. We've got
I
other...
don't want to listen in.
I don't want to listen in the second he has it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
The super long ears come in handy for something.
But if we do get more sending stones made, I feel like it would be a wise move to also get a set made for Zefaris when it comes to my names. Names are not coming out of this brain
Glossary.
today. Yes.
Oh, actually, that little device that our new friend Sebastian has, I wonder if he has any spare, or how quickly he can make them. I wonder if he would take a commission of sorts.
Stop there next to pick him up and find out.
Yes. If not, we pin him down.
Thank you.
Well, Sebastian's just at his house.
You're
it's like,
learning.
It's so dusty. What's happening here?
I literally wrote in my book when you said that he woke up in an empty house and whatnot. I was like, Sebastian equals Pablo Escobar when he's in the empty pool, sitting on the fucking
on the
two-seater
swing.
swing. Yeah.
Oh,
I can
God.
actually, if it's possible, just to mention what's been happening
Absolutely.
in the interim.
Go
I
ahead.
think Sebastian, if those people are still watching, he'll try and sneakily navigate his way out of the house, move into the crowds, and try and basically spend his breakfast and morning at the theatre.
Oh yeah, sure. I was like, so those people at the front, they kind of stopped and had a gander and then moved on pretty quickly.
Yeah, okay.
Which that probably would have triggered the anxiety, because watching people stare, it's pretty easy. People are just snoopy.
Yeah.
But when someone stares for 2 seconds, then gaps, it makes you feel a bit queasy.
It's like someone moving around a house and waiting
Yes,
at intervals.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll say absolutely. If you want to, if you would say to fill the time, you wanted to duck and have a quick peek at the theatre and then make your way back waiting for the rest of the group,
Yes.
you're able to do a really nice, quick and easy scout. And the theatre, that early in the morning, it is bustling. They are doing productions.
Yeah.
The theatre runs all year round. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
Cool.
So you feel a little bit better. Those 2 people that you saw kind of have a scope at the house, you lost them in the crowd. Does make you feel a little bit better than maybe they were just too young and having a gander at the nicer houses of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But everything
make that.
looks in tow.
That makes sense.
At some point, you're able to quickly touch base with Olivia on the radio. She
Yep.
turns it off the mute
Yep.
rune, and you're able to communicate. Everything's
Amazing.
touch and go, ready
Cool.
to go.
Is it possible? It's okay if not. I don't want to take too much time.
Feel free.
Just in the interim, just as off camera, basically, he would probably go in and see her for a bit.
oh yeah,
Maybe
sure.
eat with her, maybe get his device back if possible, the smoke and mirror, just the full
yes,
one.
yes, sure,
And
absolutely.
that's all he needs. That's
No.
fantastic. And then drop off any extra work, because I noticed she had a project that she has
Yes.
there. I'm just taking all those pieces. But
Sure, yeah.
That's all done. All good.
Quick
Carry on.
interaction. Get your smoke and mirror, swapped it out, everything's
All
good to go.
sorted.
All
Wonderful.
sorted. And we'll, for the sake of time, we'll bring the party together. You guys leave the library with newfound information. Seemingly more threads to add to the list of shit to take care of, it seems, in this moment. In
This
this
growing grocery
this
list.
this growing grocery list. Tom must pick tomato. I don't know what Tom's ability to pick vegetables have to do with my sandwich, but apparently it's grand. I'll show you that meme later. It's awesome.
Thank you.
But
That's good.
we all link back up, and you guys find Sebastian's house is a little bit more open as you guys duck into his home and picking up. It is a bit of a long walk again because he's on the opposing side. but you guys are able to get. I'd say it's probably like 9 a.m. by the time. We'll round to a nice, decent number in the morning where you guys finally do everything you got to do, get everything set, and then link up with Sebastian out the front of his home. I put it to you.
You just see him probably at the front, like kind of waving as he rounds the corner. You can see him quickly adjusting a few things, making sure everything's in place.
Cup of coffee.
Yes, very,
Oh, no.
very casually on the porch.
Very casually. I've got his boots on, nothing. What no?
As they're walking up, like, Zero's just gonna lean into, like, whoever's close to her and go, oh my god, he's waiting there for us. Desperate.
She jokes. She
I
jokes.
don't know.
I just for thee.
It's because the missus isn't home. You can tell. Look at the lack of shoes.
I know.
Sebastian hurriedly, as he's sitting there talking, looks down. Scheiße. He just rushes home.
Zero just gives a nod of like, I know what this like. I've not worn shoes for many years after husband died. It's liberating. The mood just like summed it down.
Yeah.
Anywho.
It rains extra heavy for that 2 seconds.
Have you all arrived in a cart or something like that?
No, we
No.
walked like
Okay.
scrubs.
We're not
Yeah,
that rich.
these plebeians walked here.
Yeah.
Why do you think we're so fit, man?
Ah, no.
It's leg day.
Zeph pulls out their shirt and it's just a fucking 12-pack.
Calves are like jacked ass.
It's all in the core.
The pants are
Yeah.
baggy. The thighs are that big.
Nice.
Ripped as fuck.
Well met, everyone. Hope you all had a good morning. Reasonably. I'm just so you can see he's kind of got like a slight, like his he's probably moved his like small talker thing underneath his jacket now, and he's got like a little bit more of his coat up and stuff like that, just to prevent from the rain. Now, I understand that you've all. Do we need to head to the library first, or have you organized that?
We have already gone.
Okay, good.
We actually had a bit of an idea.
Right.
That little communication device you have.
Aye, the small talker.
Yes, that one.
Yes.
Do you have any more, or would you be willing to perhaps make some for a certain price? And how long would that take?
I don't have any more, just a set of 2, but you can link up more of them and determine channels and things like that so they can be interlinked. Amount of time, I'd have to check. I'll check with you, DM, on how long it would take. But essentially, if he had the money for like a wiring kit and the basic kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would say that one will probably take me. I might have to do that through the break to get an estimated amount of time. So we can say it's like it'll take him a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to think it, do the math basically.
I need some time, depending on how many you need and that sort of thing. But it's definitely in my wheelhouse.
All right. Okay. Do we want one for everyone?
Yeah, I'd say that'd be decent enough.
Save us getting 50 million sending stones each.
Yeah. Because then that way we can all link up on our own channel.
You might want to have separate ones and things like that, sort of like group sort of communications and things like
Group chat.
that. Aye. That's a good word. I might make note of that.
How dare you? Inspiration.
I don't know if that word works. I don't think it will ever stick, to be honest.
No, I don't think
I don't
so
think
either.
anyone will ever use that.
You've got to try, I suppose. So,
Okay, boomer.
1, 2, 3. Do you want anything outside of the party? Anyone else who wants to communicate via these radio waves?
That is actually yes.
Okay.
We get another 2.
2, 3, 4.
What if we
5,
all
6.
got an extra one each in that regard? That way, in the future,
So then it would be 8 then.
8.
8 total.
that way, if there's anyone else in the future we need to communicate with, we've got spares already.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Actually, good idea.
Yeah. A few things I'll need are mostly probably more expensive items like the power sources and some of the little bits of silver for the wiring kits, but it's not impossible. I have enough proficiency making them.
No, that's all good. When you know how much it's going to cost, just let the sugar mommy know.
All right. Well, I'll be sure to do that.
The exasperated sigh hit me in a place that hasn't been hit in many years. And I'm just like, ooh.
I feel like the tired mum at the checkout where like all the kids are screaming that they want a lolly from the shelf like above the conveyor belt, and like she just gets them to shut them the fuck up.
Just a hand on Zeph's back and Hugle's. Thanks, Mum.
Oh lordy, but yes, I'll get an estimate
Yeah.
for that mathematics
Sounds
for
good.
you. We'll work that out because I don't think we're gonna need 8 of the motherfuckers. So I need to work some shit out.
Speaking of which, and he'll also take to the side where he's got some little small bags set up with coin in them, and he'll say just from the encounter yesterday, and I'll hand each of them a pouch with 40 gold pieces in it.
Yo.
Hugle's like,
Not for chocolate.
Oh, if I can take that.
Hugle's never had this much gold.
Oh my god, I'm fucking loaded.
Literally, that. He's like,
This is where our line of work gets you, Hugle.
We
Don't
actually
listen
you
to
see the darkness in his eyes.
He's shaking.
Yeah,
He's
no.
like, yes.
I just go like, oh god.
Don't listen to them, Hugle. Hugle, you can grow your own cacao beans.
What?
This is something you can grow from the fucking ground?
They don't just appear from the heavens.
I need a sample of this bean you speak of. Starts making notes and he pulls it.
That can be arranged, actually. Yeah, Traders Bay will probably have something akin to it.
Oh, beans, not beans. It grows out of ground like chocolate bar.
Hugle, wide-eyed. Starts making furious notes. How have I never come across this?
If it is in dark soil, it comes out dark chocolate.
If this
Light
boy
soil,
doesn't
it
have
comes
sweet
out
dreams
white
tonight.
chocolate.
Sweet dreams of
Who am
It's
I
like
to disagree?
Homer dreaming of the chocolate land.
Oh, yeah. Take a bite out of me.
Right, so where would you like to head then first? Did you want to try and approach the warehouse today? It's quite close to the recent encounter, but nonetheless, we can certainly try.
I think we are all on the same page with going to the warehouse,
Aye.
surely?
You did also mention this Sing yesterday.
Yes, that is
Gunsmith.
where we'll be going next.
Interesting.
Going
Wonder
to
if I
talk
have
about.
anything. A little bit of idea sort of dawns on Sebastian for a second. He's going to wonder if he has anything based on the rumors on his past on the domain of innovation. Just anything in his stuff that might identify him as a member of someone who's recognized by the domain. It's okay if not. It's just based off his encounters with the woman in blue and things like that from his backstory.
I'm gonna, you know what? We're gonna set this as a really high DC history check.
Sounds good. Yep.
I think that's fair.
Sounds good.
You want to get something
dice, Juju.
stupid high.
Let's see what we get.
Good dice, Juju.
2.
I am so sorry.
Opens closets. Nope. Yeah.
No,
Goes back up. Never mind.
it was from your memory, it was such a tight-knit group of people that you don't even remember who really probably had enough information to even warrant knowing about it.
No,
So
that's a rumor from a rumor.
that's a rumor.
Knows from
Yeah,
a guy.
that's something you heard from your mate whose cousin was definitely there
Yes.
when it happened.
Yes.
And you're like, hold up, I worked there and I don't remember this guy being there.
No,
So it's a lot of you get the idea. You're just gonna have to chase a lot of people.
gonna have to chase people.
Yeah.
That's fine. That can be for another time.
Absolutely.
That sounds good. Well, I thought I had a form of paper authority that might help us work with this Singh chap and convince him to basically back off and get lost. Essentially, rumors from rumors, I might be tied to the clerical domain of innovation, but that did not end up occurring.
You two make history checks for me, please. It's gonna be pretty high.
Fuck.
Oh, Bailey's doing the eye thing.
Oh.
You both make the same face. It's terrifying.
That's just the 10.
Don't say it. You're like, yeah, huh? And no matter how back how far you think back, that doesn't ring a bell.
Zero, Sebastian, and Zephyr just like,
Nah, it's to do with his hands doing this and his toes holding the teacup. Like, no matter how far you think back, you're like, we know a fair bit about what happens here. Like, it's kind of our business. It's new to us.
Fucking disgraceful.
It's fine. It was a very brief moment, but it was the closest I've ever encountered a divine being
Put them to
in my past, and it led to some circles and pieces and people. I do need to chase up to get back to them. Nonetheless, if only I had something, perhaps that would be enough to convince them that someone's acting out of sorts with their, perhaps, approach to these things. Now, Here's my approach to this. As we're kind of walking and talking, I'd like to just
Yeah,
discuss
sure. We
this.
can say you guys are kind of just walking and having a chat, kind of just in a nice slow pace.
Yeah, so he'll point out a couple of things. When knights first became a little more common, people, only particularly wealthy individuals with much more than 40 gold pieces would be the ones that afforded the fine swords and horses and things like that. As a result, a code of chivalry is established to convince them of how they should sort of treat and act, codes of honor, so they don't hurt innocent people with their immediate sense of power over them. This weapon that's been introduced changes that dynamic instantaneously, because now anyone with an itchy trigger finger has control over life and death on a much more extreme level than we've seen before. And Singh has just opened that box.
That is why we have big problem with him.
Right. You mentioned deaths, events. Do you have evidence or a sign that happened and how it's connected to him?
We could get it.
Depends if you think it'll help or what our approach is here. I'm trying to keep in mind what Zefaris said before about not wanting to kick too many hornets' nests that might lead to potentially fatal encounters.
I'm actually going to say that moment when you go, we could get it, you two specifically, this is definitely something more in your wheelhouse. There have been moments where you especially, but Zefaris maybe once or twice in your whole career, where you have been privy to people being extorted for information by the Sunken Sect. And let's be 100% clear on the record, extorted means these people are strapped to chairs and systematically their bones are broken. Their toes get stomped, their kneecaps get shattered by sledgehammers. Sometimes they have their backs burnt because it's the easiest part to burn, they'll still be alive. People being tortured for information. If they're strong of will, they can beat most spells that invade their mind, i.e. detect thoughts, zone of truth, that sort of stuff. Sometimes powerful spellcasters that want to earn a quick buck will sit in on these torture routines, will use detect thoughts, push deeper, pull thoughts out, and then use major image or minor illusion and actually put them out like projector images and get that information out. So getting information enough to show it to somebody is definitely very real. It then becomes a process of making that person believe that what they're saying is true. What they're seeing is true is the hardest bit. But that's information that you two specifically definitely know is a very real possibility. No rolls necessary, because that's on your backstory information.
Well, I mean, Zara wasn't probably even going to go that far unless someone was being cheeky. She was literally just going to get any, documents of transaction of the blueprints being bought out.
Also very smart.
And then convincing them in whatever way deemed necessary to release a client list of people who have then bought these Walmart blueprints.
Is that information you'd share with the rest of the party, so the rest of the party's in on that kind of thought process?
Yeah. It'd kind of be like thinking out loud, sort of.
You might have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems that a lot of this party is capable of turning invisible. And I don't think said invisibility gets broken when you're tampering with documents. So could one simply pick them up and have them spirited away in the midst of another conversation while someone distracts?
Now you're taking all the fun out of it. Welcome to good old gutter stomping, huh? Back in my day.
Flashback to the old picture film. Just Zero stomping on something.
Those were the good old days.
I suppose both are valid options depending on how uncooperative this individual is.
Look, yours is much better. We can definitely try that. Should we perhaps then gather this information as a pit stop before we go to Sing's? Just so we can go, nah. We got evidence. We're going to dub you in. Like little shithead kid in schoolyard. That nobody likes.
But isn't he also where you get your equipment from?
Oh, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I think I burned that bridge several conversations ago, actually.
Well then, yeah, let's go get it and we'll rub it in this little bully's face.
Look, either way, is going to have two very probable outcomes. A, he doesn't cooperate, we blow up his shop. B, he does cooperate, we blow up his shop.
At what distance are we going to be for this? And do we have a means of achieving that? Like a firearm at the gunpowder or something? Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, there's also, the classic good old match and throw, because he does have
There
a lot
was
of
a lot of
gunpowder.
flammable objects in that
Ooh,
lab.
that stupid son of a bitch has got gunpowder everywhere. Zero says like her apartment.
There
not
was more
covered in
gunpowder there than there was on her apartment before we cleaned it.
Oh, living in a powder cake.
Mm.
Right.
Pretty much. It goes very quickly. I mean, bullets, they're not like arrows. You can't just, pull them out of some poor fucker and then reuse it. Double dipping. Ugh.
If we do manage to quieten him down,
Voyage like, ugh. Why would you say that to me?
if we do
We don't
manage
like
to subdue him before
stable.
blowing the entire place, would it be
So
worth
you've never been in a three-way?
grabbing some supplies and possibly giving you some of these blueprints for
Potentially.
future works?
I do have one other example we could
Thought about
use
it.
potentially here. If we can get a guard or a wagon nearby, as long as it's within 90 feet, I could essentially portal him out of there and place him in front of some guard's weapon drawer. Or locked up. It would be difficult. He likely can resist it. There's a maybe half chance that he'll be able to. But it is certainly another option if you feel like incriminating him and embarrassing him even further.
Well, see, this is the problem. With this new security sect, I mean, we don't know how much of, authority has been infiltrated. There could be a matter where we just chuck them in front of some guards and they go, who gives a fuck?
This is true.
But it's not a terrible idea, but...
Maybe
You
leave
always
it out.
throw a bane his way before you try that. Give
That's-
him a little bit less opportunity.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Zero's starting to look like very overwhelmed. She's so used to just going in
And just getting it done.
and
We
shooting
can
someone.
just kill him if that makes you feel better.
No, trying to turn over new leaf.
I
Very hard.
ready
I think
I need it. Get me.
I trust Zeph to make the call on that one. If you do decide that sort of thing. Though I suppose the party as well. You just seem to have a decent understanding of how consequences ripple forth in Hallenfreiss.
Getting the information first before seeing him would definitely be a smart move, because then he'll most likely slip up in what he's saying.
Aye.
It'll make his way of lying a lot easier to detect. If you see him sweating bullets, then you'll 100% know that there's something going on there. But from what I've seen from him so far, he's not going to talk. And the only way to properly scare him, because he probably doesn't give a fuck about authority, is to torture him.
Is he the type that might throw your name out there if he was to be arrested as well?
Yep.
Well, for starters, I don't care about that. They're never gonna catch me. That will be my problem to sort out. Don't worry about that. For starters as well, I mean, there is no point in him lying. He already thinks he's gotten away with it. So he's just going to be one open book about it, but the only thing he's not opening up about is his client list. I've tried to get his client list off of him for several different jobs and reasons, and he just will not give it over. And I respect that to a point. So I just really need that client list off him. And I don't care how I get it.
We could try Zone of Truth, but if that doesn't work because he's stubborn, then we could resort to other matters.
The zone of truth doesn't really mean he has to give us the truth. Well, he has to speak the truth, but he doesn't have to speak. We can't force him to tell us.
Well, he hasn't met me yet. I could go in as someone interested in knowing more, or maybe hasn't met some of you yet. It might be better at deceiving.
No, he's met us before.
Okay,
He knows this face at least, but I can change that.
that's true.
I could too if I wanted to, but
It's up to you.
We could do that in a trial run. I mean, as long as none of you give yourselves away.
I'm trying to understand what would convince someone to give up a client list outside of your...
trust.
A bullet to the knees. He's in the wheelchair.
I'm not very
Does it doubt?
deceptive, though.
Is there
I'm not
anyone, Zero, that you know that he would be more willing to give information to? Anyone that you've seen?
How much can you change your face?
I can change my whole body.
It make me so angry to see it, but it could work. I have someone in mind, but it will be very out of character, depending, or very dangerous. Other than that, I have nobody else. It's high risk, but has potential for high reward.
Perhaps we think on it, get that evidence first if we can find it. That'll help inform how we want to approach this.
Because for me to change into that person, I will need every single detail.
Can you do horns?
I can do horns. I can do skin color, eye color, hair color, voice, gender.
How often can you do that? Does it have a one-time use and then it's... So if that's the case, if an adjustment needs to be made, just simply request it.
If only I could take a picture outside of my head and put it in yours.
Am I picking up what I think you're asking her to do? I mean them, sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna say because Zefaris' character and Monica as a player pointed out that changelings can change their shape as many times as they want. It simply takes an action or a bonus action.
It is an action, I believe. Yeah, because it's underneath the actions, but I can pretty much do literally anything.
Yeah. So realistically, here's how I look at it. There's only so many times you can do it when you get it wrong before you get it right.
Yeah.
I'm going to say if you want to enact this plan, it'll be, because an action is 6 seconds, right? 6 seconds in a turn of combat. For you to mold Zefaris' changeling abilities to look like this person, it'll take you an hour. So I'm going to say you lose an hour of the day on top of the amount of travel you have to do this, because all you got to say is, oh, the bridge of the nose got to be a little bit thinner. I'll make it a little bit more of a button, and you'll be able to. And plus, Hugle is a bit of a sketcher. Sebastian himself is also he's a scientist. He probably can do quick sketches as well. I'm going to say with everyone in place, it's going to be very easy to do.
Okay.
So I'll allow that. It'll take you an hour of your day. So plan accordingly around the fact that you're going to lose an hour. Because I know that there seems to, I'm loving it. There's a lot happening and I'm here for it. But time is a thing that needs to be wary. And there's also consequences for your timing. So
Doing like a police sketch on your body.
Do we want to get the evidence first, or do we want to shift the face first?
because I believe you can just stay that way.
Or you can
Once
shift
you've
it
done it.
and
Yeah.
memorize it or something.
There's no time limit.
No, you just stay that way until you fall unconscious, I think, which is basically, or you change it, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in your new skin tone and eye color and hair color now? Like this
No,
period?
so
You're still original?
it's still gradual.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Zeph still has the ginger hair of the family and the
Mhm.
black eyes of
Cool.
Zero.
But your skin's still like that normal grey color? Yeah, tight as hell.
Alright. I think we go and get the evidence, and whilst we are traveling to get the evidence, we can walk and talk. Can you walk and draw?
I don't see why not. Just don't let me trip.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, but that would have been fun. I'm kidding!
No, that can be done.
Well, that will be good, because if you're both going at the same time, I can pick.
Okay.
That sounds
I'll
good.
for you guys as well, I'll read it out just so you have an idea. So as an action, you can change your appearance and voice. You determine the specifics, including your coloration, hair length, sex, height, weight, and can change your size between medium and small. So if it's any larger than that, I can't. You can look like another race, although none of your stats change, obviously. You can't duplicate the appearance of an individual you've never seen. So a sketch would definitely help. That way, Zeph can actually see it. And my form must have the same basic arrangement. So if I had a tail or they had a tail or something, I wouldn't be able to do that.
I'm gonna double check because I have it on my phone. Let's see.
Yeah, so it has to have the same basic arrangement of limbs that you have.
So, like, if you're missing an arm, you can't just grow an arm.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
And then obviously clothing and equipment, but I do have disguise kit, so on top of that.
I'm scrolling back. I will find it. Can you find some
I'm
gold?
pretty sure she wears a big coat anyways, doesn't she?
You have known her on occasion to wear a duster and a very big hat sometimes.
Gotta say, I'm proud of you. I thought we'd just be going in there guns blazing.
Just to let you know, she does have a tail.
Okay. That's alright, we'll walk around it.
Right.
But if it gets too hard, I will just be shopping.
In amongst your wife's costuming kit, is there a false tail of some type?
Dang, I didn't even think of that.
They're in full production right now, but don't know. I can certainly check and request if you'd like.
It needs to be red.
Right. Well, I believe with something like some prestidigitation, you can change the color or something for an hour, so there's options. Let me see what I can do. Let's see if Olivia's actually available first. I'll take to the small talk.
Yeah, for sure,
kind of
for sure.
Flick it on. This is set in stone. Come in.
Yeah, like as it's coming in, you're like, Schnell! Schnell! Yeah. Hello?
Hi, how are you going?
It's very busy.
Right.
What do you need?
Oh,
Okay.
well, odd request in the midst of a very important investigation.
Uh-huh.
Would you happen to have a prosthesis for a tail, or like a costume tail that one could put on?
Sure, we got heaps of those.
All right, good. Yes, we might be able to swing by then. I'll signal you when I'm closer, but
Okay.
I'll keep the signal dry. You keep that up, though. All right.
Copy that?
All right, copy that. Bye.
Wait.
Love you.
For anyone that doesn't know, Schnell is basically Schnell is the German word for basically like hurry up.
Yeah, keep going.
Go, Schnell!
A tail's an option.
Excellent. And then when we're done, we could probably have some more fun with that. No, stay on track. Stay on track. Excellent. Let's go get this evidence, and then we can walk, talk, and sketch.
I can go on tail duty if you'd like to continue with.
That would
That's
actually be
cut down
marvelous.
Good.
Perfect.
You're on that. Good luck.
Break! Alrighty, so...
Oh, wait.
Oh,
We
yes.
should probably check. Where am I meeting you?
Ooh, good question.
Unless, of course, I take this off and give it to you, and then I communicate through Olivia's radio. Yeah, no, it's... yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you've got to flick the... There's a lot of interference there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you shake it.
Full feedback loop.
Yeah.
I was like,
Just gotta keep the mic.
Goddamn!
See, and he also like unclips like an earpiece thing, presses your shake, play that. There you go.
Oh.
You. So essentially, you put the speaker system like on a shoulder or a belt or whatever is comfortable,
Alright.
and then the earpiece goes in. Essentially, all you need to do is just use that to communicate. When I get there, I'll request Olivia's and check where to meet you.
Perfect. Fantastic.
Good.
Immediately gives it to you.
I say Hugles, while you're explaining it to, would make a little sketch of it, make like a little quick start guide.
Oh,
Like,
nice.
you know, like the click this button. So
Nice.
it's a little instruction.
we call them the
Happy
Bibles.
face.
Like, make
Nice.
the Bible of this
Yes.
thing. Not the one that came with the machine, the one that the other dude's been using for 30 years.
yes.
Okay,
I'll give Hugo a quick tutorial and
Yeah.
help him out.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
you now have a small talk. At some point, we'll have to transfer that one to D&D Beyond
Yes.
so I can give it to you guys.
Sounds good.
But yes, so run to make sure I've got a complete grasp of what's going on. How are the rest of the party enacting this info gathering plan so that we can divide accordingly?
Traveling along with you guys.
Yeah, I want to say, yeah.
And what will we doing to gather this evidence again?
Well, we're going to go to Trader's Bay and find out where those blueprints had been distributed to.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. So this is going to be, I'm assuming this is like you guys kind of like just ransacking info amongst a multitude of other workers. Am I getting the right idea, or are you going straight to his shop? I'm just trying to gather gameplay because I need to make sure I'm in the right.
No, we're not going
Yeah.
to Sing's shop. We're going to Trader's Bay
Yes.
where he had sold.
Right.
Who had taken those blueprints.
Okay, that's going to be hella fun. Okay. So what we'll do, because that's going to be a whole tangent in and of itself, we'll quickly cut to going to the theatre because that'll be the quickest.
Yeah.
So the theatre is one of the only few buildings in Hunnenfrace that is it's stone and wood and steel. It's made of like this multitude of materials. God, I keep hitting this microphone to bring this weird sense of like more older style beauty. Like a lot of those older theaters that still have all the light bulbs and stuff at the front. You know what I mean? Like this is harkening back to a precursor time in this modern day high fantasy game we're playing, where the theater is a lot older and seems to be, even though it's built on the newer version of Hunnenfrace, it seems to have a lot of that old charm. And Sebastian, you don't even get up to the door when you just start hearing the absolute cacophony of noise. You push through the double doors, and it's like an old movie theater. You know, the stairs leading up to the mezz floor around the front, and a nice red velvet carpet. And there's all the posters of different events and musicals and shows that your wife and several others have put on. And the cacophony of people's voices gets louder again, and you're like, it'll be this one. And you break off to the left, go to Theatre 3, and you open the door, and it's just like it's so much noise and sound, everyone getting ready, and your eyes are instantly met by flames and like magical pyrotechnics and confetti. At some point you see acrobats like flying from the roof rafters as they attach ropes. Like this is a tight run ship, and it is busy as hell. And sure enough, in the middle of like the seats have like that big laneway down the middle where all the like servers can walk through and organize. There is Olivier in more of a similar, there's like just black like stage clothes, like all black, can't be seen, with a big clipboard and all the paper on with a quill and a small ink vial on the top, and she's screaming in what would be German in this game, but I didn't study up on my German before the game, so forgive me. But she's yelling out to everyone, and these people are taking her every word, and one of the younger stagehands, like a young teenage boy, taps her on the shoulder and points out, and she sees you. She hands off the clipboard and like lightly sprints up. She's like,
Oh, me?
hello.
Hello again. Wow,
Okay.
guys. I didn't even know the acrobat. I knew they were here, but I didn't think they'd be so.
I'm pretending I can't see it,
That's
so I
good.
don't get in trouble.
That's great.
This
That's
is
wonderful.
bad.
I'm just going to run back there and grab it. You carry on. You're
Okay.
doing amazing. You look so good, by the way.
Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, I'm
Very
going.
slim.
It's really good. It's wow. Okay, I'm distracted. No, okay. And he quickly moves. Sebastian's gonna go around the side.
Yeah,
and-
you duck through, and it's a war zone. Just trying to get
Yes.
between all these like young adults and teenagers
Yes.
and like older folk, and you quickly run. And you ask one of them, like, where's the costume box?
Yeah.
Like, in that corner, and you look, it's about 14 costume boxes.
Oh.
So it's a lot of you, like, rifling through. At one point, you find a white mask. It's like the matron of ravens, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And another one, you find, like, really cheap devil horns, like, and all this weird stuff, like, plastic crowns. You're like, no. And eventually, you find, like, where there's, like, wings and fur coats and stuff. And you find an elongated tail. It's kind of beaten to hell. It's, like, made of, like, a fabric. So you'll have to do some sort of enchantment to color it.
That's
But
it.
it'll pass. It'll
Fantastic.
work because now you have something to focus on with your spells.
Amazing. Great. I'll grab that.
A
I'll rush.
elastic belt thing that you just tie in a knot like the yes.
Yep. I'll rush outside, give a quick kiss, and then just on the way.
Do you grab your radio? I don't want to cheat.
Oh
you.
yes,
Okay,
actually,
grab
I'll
the radio.
say as I'm there, as I'm holding, I'm just like, by the way, I do need to borrow that for a second. Just
Oh,
quickly.
yes,
just
yes.
signal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't even. Hugle.
What the? Oh, fuck.
Yes. Hello. No,
Hello?
no, tap the. Okay, so you need to tap.
Hey,
the-
it pulls out the thing. And,
Yeah,
oh.
so on your earpiece there should be like a switch, or on the actual speaker. Try flicking. Do you see like a button next to the speaker there?
Oh wow! Sebastian's
Hello?
ears just bleeding.
Hello.
So that's working.
Oh,
Wow.
Yes, I think I've got you now.
Oh, you got the signal. Wow, you really got it. Really quickly, really effectively. Right. So, can you please ask where you'd like me to meet the rest of the party? I've got the tail.
Where are we meeting him? And way too loud into the.
From Sebastian's travels to the theatre, how far towards Traders Bay would we be?
Now that's a quick one because do we ever remind? Did we say where the theatre was?
I think it was a little north. It's kind of like I think it's near Traders Bay, actually.
It might very well be near Traders Bay.
It's like a click over. I think we put it in New North Town or Wilkenholtz.
One of those two, yes.
Yeah.
I'll say 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Well, at this time in the morning, probably be a little bit stuck. We'll say an hour. So yeah, you guys are able to link up pretty quickly, if that's the case.
We could just tell him to come here.
Is there any particular place you know in this area to meet us? Somewhere safe to...
Traders Bay might have an area with little potted plants and things like that. So maybe we can see just on the edges of that market space there. Maybe you can find a plant you'd be interested in.
That could work.
Sounds good. The others should probably know where it is.
Will they have these chocolate plants?
I don't... We'll find out. We'll find out, won't we? Also, don't mind the background noise. People are hanging from the ceiling. Let's keep going.
I'm guessing you found a...
Yes, the tail. Yes, correct.
He's got the tail.
Yes. All right. I'm going to put this away. You won't be hearing from me, but that's all. I'll see you all soon.
Goodbye, Sending Stone. Did I get that right?
Sure. Hugle, I've never seen someone do it better than you. Well done.
Sebastian Floyd just collapses at the front of the theater.
Sensory overload is going off right now for this guy.
Having a seizure in the doorway. God, that's funny.
Character death.
Gone.
He wrote down notes, but his intelligence is not high.
All right, I'll meet the rest of that handling that. I'm good.
So when you guys continue to walk to Traders Bay to start this trip, again, Traders Bay being like the shopping district, the main market area, what rattles off in the back of your mind, Hugle, is find a plant I'll be interested in. And sure enough, on the very corner of Traders Bay, there is a florist shop that stands out amongst more of the gloomy. It's very chipped and pulled away, green and white paint. But there are a lot of flowers and stuff on the inside, and the color draws the attention. Smart business mind for someone to put the brightest, most colorful shop at the very beginning of the main shopping district. But when you walk in, you kind of get a sense that that'd be the one to stay at while we wait for Sebastian. So because we're wibbly wobbly, two different things are happening at once. Is there anything the party would like to do before we all reconvene?
Walks up to the front of the counter at the flower shop.
Yes. Bing!
Do you have chocolate plants?
Find this burly human fella with a big bushy beard and mustache, with huge arms, rolled up sleeves, and nice pretty rose pruning gloves. You're like, I heard no chocolate plant. Is that some magic thingy?
Damn, I was really hoping you'd have the supplies.
I know you can grow the cacao beans to make chocolate, but we don't get no chocolate plant.
Looks back to the group, like out the window.
I did say.
Should have done an insight check. Do you have these beans?
I don't have them on hand, but I can order them for you.
I'm not sure if we're going to be back anytime soon, but I might stop by again in the future.
Okay, I look forward to it.
And as I walk past, I see, like, if there's some empty pots or something, and Hugo just run his hand across them and grow a handful of different flowers in them. He's like, that's for you.
Yeah. Oh, hot damn. Free business.
You bastards.
What?
I said it was the cacao thing.
Don't listen to him. He lies. Why would you get chocolate from a baked bean? Makes no sense.
But you can also get mint that is flavored like chocolate. It's called choc mint, the plant. It's real.
See, look, it is a chocolate plant.
I don't trust any of you when it comes to plants anymore.
I didn't say anything.
They did.
But you didn't tell me the truth. You didn't call her out.
Do I look like a florist to you?
Ain't no snitch.
I can't snitch if I don't know the truth, my dude.
You're applying information that I myself do not have, my guy.
Probably if we're gonna wait for Sebastian
Yes.
to get there, then probably start working on the descriptor to give to
Yes.
To Hugle. To Hugle for how Tess looks.
Alrighty. You are. I'm not going to make you roll sleight of hand for it because, again, the ability to describe and sketch and then tell it to someone who can literally change their form, I feel like it's a bit cheaty, but there's also got to be some sort of risk and opportunity of failure in this random numbers game that we play.
Mhm.
You know what? No, I've got a better idea for that. I'm going to say in the about an hour that it takes for Sebastian to link back up with the group, you get a pretty clear descriptor of what you believe this red tiefling woman looks like. Very angular face, smooth, a coif of black hair, horns that come sort of like between the forehead and the top of the head and curl out, red tail, and I guess maybe for good measure, an assortment of style of clothing that you've seen her wear. Tess likes to wear very flamboyant clothes to sort of aid and contrast the color of her skin. She has bright orange eyes as well that just look like burning fire, and it's one of those things where it's like there's the whites of her eyes and there's just like orange as well, but sometimes the orange seems to flare. But you're able to get a pretty good descriptor, and I would say you confidently think that you could give it to Zefaris, and then with your ability to change and chop and change, you could do it.
How does
You
Zero feel about it though? 'Cause she's actually seen Tess. How is she feeling about this?
I think you're pretty confident because you got a thing for faces, and Hugle is, he is an artist. He does map making, and I would say people and maps, you can probably contrast the two on two sides of the same coin. So I think you're pretty confident. It comes down to you can sketch and change a mold as much as you want.
Yeah.
It's how the person delivers the act.
Yeah.
That's what leaves you concerned, and I'll give you that one for free.
Yeah.
But that is simply getting the sketch done. Again, it's going to take still another hour for Zeph to be able to properly morph and shape it correctly, but that comes later.
Yeah.
But in time, unless did anyone else have anything they wanted to contribute, or you guys just hanging tight?
Staying tight.
Hanging tight.
Trying not to let dog go run rampant.
You're like holding him by like one of his horns, and his back legs are like he's trying to go. There's someone shitty who wants to play with.
There may be one issue here. What's she sound like? Would he know her voice?
Yes, he will. I do believe. Zero's gonna try and describe her voice and then try and imitate it.
You and I know what she sounds like. Do you want me to put it to the table, or do you just want to kind of do it and then see how it lands?
It's been a hot minute since I've done anything in a session with Tess. Me as a player do not
She
remember
has so Teth, and now they kith. Mike Tyson, I love you. Please don't beat me. Tess has a very rare accent in comparison to above table. She has a very heavy Southern Texan accent, country style. People with that kind of voice actually live. Voyage, you actually kind of think about it, and there's a few people on the outskirts of the Saal that have that kind of accent.
Yeah.
People that grew up away from the core of a lot of the native common speaking folk, where it's like, British and some Irish and Scottish accents, where like Highlands and Lowlands. A lot of people on the outer fringes of the nation have very heavy Texan accents, and a lot of the term, like wandering folk, like outliers and stuff that travel the world a lot, their accent is just basically a very summed down version from many generations of families where their native accent has changed. But it is that of a Western accent,
I'll give it a crack.
kind of a cowboy gunslinger style.
Is it kind of like how No Miss Nethsa used to sound?
Yeah, but a little bit softer, not as harsh.
I
A little bit
don't
more
know.
roll. Kind of half Southern Belle, half Nethsa style, actually, would be the best way.
How can you do a Russian accent trying to do a Texan accent?
Oh, well, the Zero's had to do quite a few cover up her accent sort of jobs before. Let me think.
This is happening in real time.
See, I want to say that it's almost like it's a foreign accent, but It's just a little more softer. I don't know if I can quite hit it on the head, but it's similar to this. Maybe a little more raspy, but it's definitely on the softer side.
Now your turn.
Oh, I cannot do that. Since I suck. That is not my department.
I won't force that.
Yeah.
Zefaris.
Sarah's just like,
Zefaris, though. Zefaris. She can probably. She might be able to.
Zefaris, she can.
Yes.
I, as a player,
Zefaris, unstoppable.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
They know
person
what's
I
good.
wish I was, the person I sadly am.
What I wanted to buy, what I got.
Yeah.
So I'll say, you guys sit there for a couple of minutes and try to like work out the linguistics of it.
Yeah.
And again, Zefaris has the ability to emulate voices she hears. Zero herself as a spy, as a gunslinger, a murderer, a thief, and all those good things. Pretty good. But you know there's going to be some sort of deception here. So, but I'll leave that to you guys about how you want to approach that. But in due time, the party links up as Sebastian breaks his way through the crowd and you all link up at the flower shop.
If I do hear about the voice thing, and like discussing the voice idea, I'm not sure if I would. Probably
No,
not.
you'd probably be out
That's
of the
fine.
field of purview. But
Yeah, no worries. I'll meet up and say, I'll take the sort of tiefling tail that's kind of probably not like quite the red, maybe like a greyish or bluish
It's
or
like
something.
it's like a mixture of black and brown leather where bits have been patched together.
I'm like, boy.
Sorry.
Right. Well, I might need some time to work on this, but I can probably recolor it with some time. Won't take long.
Do you reckon you can make it look as close to flesh as possible?
I
With a
can
bit of,
certainly try, like illusion magic or something.
Yeah, yes.
Contain an
like that.
illusion on it. I can certainly try. Let me give it a shot. There's a few things I can do. For example, with it's not prestidigitation, but magical tinkering is an artificer ability, which lets them project a picture. So could I almost like similar to like a game development, how we'll have like a texture that wraps around an object,
Like a skin on a
like
polygon.
yeah, exactly.
I'll
Like I'm
absolutely
polygoning
allow
this,
that
so I'll
because
see.
that's a really clever way to get around.
I'll
it.
computer
allow that.
generate a semi-realistic looking tail and polish it out. I don't know, I've got up to 4 charges I can run permanently, so I can just spend a few of those.
I'll say spend 2.
Spend 2.
Spend
Keep it
2 and
like shadows and shades and
looks
stuff. Yeah.
pretty fucking good. You basically focus the enchantment on the top.
Mhm.
So the way it works is the top is always catching some sort of light to give the illusion of shadow to sell the fact that it is a proper fleshed object, and like specular highlights with the skin and stuff. With 2 charges, you get it pretty close. They'd have to knock it pretty high to tell that it's fake, I would say.
Pays to have a wife in the theatre, right? Well, one, obviously. Anyways,
Pays to have a wife in the theater. Damn it.
She's stuck in the accent now.
why is she doing an accent?
I'm trying
it's
to
a
get it
whole
right.
Would it help if I feel like I don't want to overtake your amazing work here, but if you'd like, minor illusion can be used to record that voice, and maybe we could try modulating it or something to make it sound more like him. If that would help.
All right, we can definitely try that.
I will say, because that's really clever, because I forget that you can do that with my illusion. If you guys take the time to do that, you copy that, and I'll say that can give you advantage on deception. Because now we're utilizing tools at the table to sell this here fib.
Oh, is it a fib, I say?
When
I seen her, boy. You
when
been
you
fibbing
come
me,
back,
boy.
do you have your wife's small talk?
No,
Or
I
you
do
leave
not.
that to her?
I left
so
it there.
Hugle will take it off her. This is back to you. That was fun.
I'm glad.
Small dry on blood,
Yeah.
capillary in your ear.
You see, like, the PTSD in, like,
You just
Sebastian's
flick.
eyes.
Oh man, the amount of feedback I've dealt with in my life with microphones is
Oh.
painful. But yeah, I feel that myself. Anyway, now the fun stuff, gang. What do we want to do? How do we want to approach this?
I have very shit plan.
Alright.
That shit plan is we just split up, go into a bunch of stores and go, I'd like to buy a gun.
All right, I'll go that way.
Dang. Is that what we're going with? Does anyone have any objections whatsoever?
No, because it sounded exactly like the TikTok.
I might have something here. This is another thought I might be able to. I'm not sure if this will work, but if I can replicate images and sketch and stuff like that. One of my background features as a guild artisan gives me a letter of like recommendation, like an introduction for guilds.
Yes,
Could I, as I'm proficient in a few things, including firearms, could I essentially make like a miniature, take that section of the introduction guild of the letter and try and it might take some time, but try and formulate basically a mini gun approval license for everyone. I'm not sure
You're
how
a
good that'll
license
be.
to open carry in this here city and none others.
Like, yeah, council approval to use firearms. Maybe not council approval, but we'll...
Yeah, you know what?
Vaguely.
I think
might
by this time in the day, I'm going to say it's probably about 11 o'clock
Yeah.
at this time of the day. You guys are spending time getting it done. We'll take another hour off the clock and everyone can have a written permit saying they're looking for firearms.
If you want to do that.
Gun license.
Do we want to do that?
That's not what I said.
Gun license.
Oh no, what have I done?
Gun license. I've got a heavy gun license. Now you're fuck now.
Basically, you guys get a written artisans guild, like a writ without a notice of approval, saying that you guys are contractors working on behalf of the city, trying to locate legal and/or illegal distribution of firearms. Now, that can be a bit tricky because, again, they are a newer thing. Some people might be trying to do it above board, some people might not. So it might yield different results. However, I will say it has greatly increased your chances.
Excellent. I can't wait for all of us to play good cop, bad cop.
Well, there's 5 of you apparently going off in different
Do we
directions.
We are.
we want
We're
to
playing good
stick
cop,
in-
bad cop with ourselves.
Shall we do groups of, like, maybe one of 2, one of 3 or something?
All right. Well, I'm happy to go solo because I'll have a bit more understanding of what I'm speaking about. But the rest of you may need some assistance to each other.
All right, that sounds good. I actually do have guild approval for these things, so that means only one of us has to hypothetically lie in this situation.
Then take the criminal with you.
I can do that.
Sounds good.
All right.
We'll do what we do best, eh, bruh?
Hold on.
I'm not a good liar.
Neither am I.
Maybe we shouldn't go together this time.
Yes, I'm a bit, and also.
But
you're
we're
the
not
two-
lying.
Do we need to do? Should we not just have the 2 people who are approved to do guns?
Maybe
Go and make
you
these
guys try
rounds.
the legitimate organization. We'll go in illegitimately.
I feel like that's a worse consequence as a result of that happening.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like one of them will get you like a slap on the wrist of, get out of here. And I don't know what the other's like. but I
Hugle
think
actually
you're-
has a point. Because, yes, technically, legally, having a gun, having a license would be more beneficial, yes. But with Singh and who he sells things to people, like, would they really care if we had one?
Suppose not.
Well, that's why I don't want these two together for this.
Really
That's
small.
fine. At all. And also,
We're just
neither
ready
of
to
them
give
are
them a no
intimidating. At all.
Well, then perhaps
I don't
maybe-
need to be.
Perhaps then you work on the less legitimate sort of process, and I'll work on the other one since you have knowledge of thieves' cant and things like that. So maybe we'll split that way.
Thank you for doing the ping and then yes.
Well, I might. Actually, we're both pretty insightful.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not. So
Yes, I'll go with you, Sebastian.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right, and we break.
So Zero's going solo.
If
Hugo
it's
with
that
Sebastian
big,
and Zeph with Voyage.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Alrighty. Now, I actually have something I wrote for something else that's actually going to work here. Check this.
I'm
Oh
not
my-
good at lying at all. Zero know what Zero's gonna do.
Do you have any fucking guns?
Someone on an alleyway just standing a bit suspiciously.
I have a permit.
She's just turned around from the huddle and grabbed the first person.
Alright, here's how
Gun
Here's
Gun
how
to the
we're going
back.
to rectify this. So, what you guys are doing now, because Traders Bay, again, is one whole sector of the city that is dedicated. People do live here. Every part of the city is residential, but people work here, and there's some very legitimate businesses and some not. I'm going to have one person from each pairing roll, I'm going to say an insight check to determine if you can catch a shot that sticks out compared to the rest.
Good thing I've
I
got
got pretty good insight.
You go for it.
I'm just going to stand up.
I'm not a social cues person, so.
Okay, that was a bit better. Okay, that's a 17.
Okay.
Oh, Cal throw guidance on you.
8.
As you're doing this, so you can add a d4 to that.
Solid.
9 plus 6. 15 plus 2, 17.
Okay.
Fuck off, I'm sick of looking at you.
We'll resolve this one first. So Voyage and Zefaris, as you guys break in to the heavy crowds, because we're in the middle of the day now, so we're like peak crowd business. You're moving through. You're looking at all the blacksmiths, the forgers, even some of this smaller arcane tinkerers that run out of smaller storefronts and stuff. And all the shops you pass, these are younger folk, like startup. Like you see one tiefling with like purple and like this like burgundy hair, and he's like an alchemist, and he's trying to like mix concoctions together to make like drain cleaner and all that sort of stuff, and it like like blows up. Then you pass by another one, which is a bit more extravagant. It's like a double wide storefront, and it's another alchemicals building. But it's like ointments, concoctions, mechanical stuff, and it's there's a pureblood Yuan tea woman there with an alchemist and like goggles on her heads, and like a white coat, like a nice top and stuff buttoned up. And she's got a lot of people coming in there, and behind her is this just absolute unit of a man, huge forearms. And he's got one of those faces where his cheeks are so big you can't really see his eyes, but somehow he can still see. And he ducks through the alchemy store quite with ease. And she's got a lot of business going on. And the storefront is Thessa's Concoctions and Tinctures, and that's popping off, and that's a 2-story one. You're welcome. And you, from where you are, you're like, nah, these guys aren't doing anything dodgy. Like, there's no way in hell. Like, the clientele betray who's shopping there, and these are like little old ladies, young families, like a man, his wife, and their like baby daughter going in to get some like sweet tasting concoction. Like, these are nice people. So unfortunately, not. Sebastian and Hugle, you guys push a little bit further to the what they would call the heavy duty blacksmiths. These are the guys that do armor, weapons, door breaches, you blame him for that one. Door breaching, stuff that like sometimes the cops will use it, sometimes adventurers will go get their stuff here. So more clientele will be a bit, how you going? As you break in, again, still a busy street, but people know when like they see rough people working in a business, they're probably not going to want to stop there too often. So people down here are people of note. You definitely see 1 or 2 knights of the city walking through with their like big armors and helms, just with their hands on their sword, walking past, and they see you guys, kind of see you dressed up in more of a bit of a suit, and just give you a nod and continue to walk. Give Hugle a weird up and down. Not sure if it's a young man or a boy or what the hell ever, but it's busy, but the air's a little bit more denser. And you find a forge there that is for, believe it or not, is for ships, and it actually bears the sigil of a workshop in Bjorkoma, which is, Sebastian, you would know, is a town of artificers and tinkerers and builders. It's an entire small town / mini city built on innovation. They basically were kind of forced to build there in between the peaks of 2 mountains to make sure no one died, because shit blows up there all the time. So this seems to be the shop where they import the final goods and sell it in the city to other people. And you see, there's a couple, again, the caliber of firearms that you guys are looking for are the new wave. These are repeating pistols, pepper boxes, revolvers, rifles, all that sort of stuff. Flintlocks and muskets are not, and blunderbusses, like huge cannons, they're not uncommon. People still use those. They're just not as good because they're harder to reload and they're not as elegant. But these guys do have a small wall. Blunderbusses, sabers, flintlocks. In the bit where you walk into the shop, there's a ship cannon, like on the wooden frame with wheels. Obviously, they're trying to sell to people that are looking to make endeavors on the sea, shipping companies. people transport, people moves, all that sort of stuff. And even though there's ships on the sea and ships in the sky, you need safety regardless. And, crossbows and all that sort of stuff. You see a one-handed, there's a stump where the hand would be, and it seems there's some sort of wound that's been stitched together many years ago. An elven man, his eyes are kind of glassy, both of them. He's obviously had some flash damage of some sort, not unlike when welders get welding flare burns in their eyes and it makes their damage a bit phased out. But as you enter, there's a magical ding, 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 as you pass through the surface of the door, the entryway of the door, and you're met with the smell of metal, cold steel, almost like when blood goes cold and that iron taste is in the air. It's a lot of metal. But he turns to see you guys wearing he kind of looks like the guy from The Simpsons that runs the gun shop, a coif of red hair, bit of scraggly facial thing. He's got one arm and he's got a vest over a tunic and stuff. And he turns around, he squints to look, but because his eyes are damaged, he struggles to see you. And he looks, he's like, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
Before anything, having the smells as we walk in, do I smell anything that smells similar to the other gun shop we've been in?
Singby's workshop?
Or Zero's
Make
house.
Make a perception check. Because this is a shop front, it's a little bit cleaner.
Nah.
No. It's the smell of clean metal, and obviously he makes dealing with weapons, you've got to make sure you run a clean ship to make sure you're not going to get picked on by the government. So it is very clean air. It just smells of that cold metal. But he looks over. What can I do for you?
Oh, well met. I am Sebastian. I am here on behalf of... I'm just a representative from the guilds in regards to innovations and projects. Just wanted to have a look at the stock around here out of curiosity. Who might you be?
My name is Victor.
Victor. Well, I must say you run a very fine shop here and quite heavy-duty equipment, which is greatly... I'm sure people would love that sort of thing.
Trying to make money where we can. Points out with the arm that has no hand towards all these flintlocks and muskets and stuff.
They are fantastic. They are.
I don't get people from the council here very often. What do you want?
I'm not council. Technically, I've been independent for years and years now. I'm interested, perhaps, in pushing the boundaries of what we can all accomplish with these sorts of things. Perhaps to even help people like yourself. As basically, we've been looking at these sorts of things, flintlocks and weapons, and people are always looking for the next thing, I suppose. I was curious if you had anything that you think an independent researcher might be interested in.
I'm watching him
Also-
closely.
Yeah,
Trying to pick up on little
I'm going to
tells.
say, for this moment, can you please make a persuasion or deception?
Sure,
Don't tell me which one.
Sure.
Just tell me what you roll. Now, this guy's just going to, it's just going to be, I'll say, you know what, shop salesman will say you're just going to get a +1 to this.
Yeah. Knowing this guy's kind of a little bit blind, would I have had some time to cast guidance? Probably not. Not without a stealth roll here.
Oh.
I don't want to. All right, I'll do it for this one.
Dear.
Let's say I held it before I walked
When
in the
you
door.
correct your own tie, you're
Walking to the door.
I'll roll this in front of the table. Oh, look.
It's something. It's an 11 plus 2, so a 13.
Let's see.
Ooh. Yes.
Ooh.
That was 4.
Okay.
Oh. There are some things. I guess it depends on how much damage you want done or what you wish to accomplish.
Well, I'd be interested in browsing the stock of handhelds, if that's possible. Also, a bullet press kit would be wonderful as well. Just even one that's used for standard bullets.
That I can do. The bullet press he brings out first, and cartridges of this particular caliber. So, in the way that Skye and I specifically designed Zero's thing is her revolver doesn't use shell casings. It uses a bullet. It's kind of like the old classic bullets where it's just a thing of gunpowder with a BB on the end.
Oh, okay.
But they're held together by a thin fabric, so there's nothing to eject. It's just a straight burn and go, which is why they're so strong. So you find it's one of those. It's basically like a small sewing kit. It's kind of what it looks like. So the ability to make these weird dispersible rounds that it leaves no evidence but the bullet, basically.
Right.
The only one that you know that uses bullets is the White Widow because it needs a housing for that huge fucking bullet. But he goes that 70 gold pieces and you can have that now.
Was that 7-0 or 1-7?
7-0.
All right. Well, I'll think on that for a moment. Just looking down at this thing, realizing he doesn't have enough money, is going to kind of
Checking the old coin pouch.
checks the pouch, and he's like, nope. Okay. How about perhaps? Well, I was maybe more interested in the handheld devices from before of these firearms.
Do you want one of these, or do you want something a little bit faster?
I mean, I suppose there's many ways that a gun can be made faster and more damaging. Really, I'm just looking to see what's available.
Quick flashback.
Yes.
The gun that we were explained to have been used, was it similar to one of Zero's?
No, it's not. So, Zero's is, for who's on the table, a classic like Colt Peacemaker revolver, long barrel spinning breech, chamber rather, and it rotates and fires the bullets out. When Old Man Whitaker described it, it was a spinning barrel. The entire front of the gun would spin as this gentleman that you are hunting supposedly would fire. So you know kind of, you're looking for something that obviously has a mechanical front piece that moves. As you flash back into reality, does the eye that's so Raven back in the modern day. You find he looks around and he quickly walks out, and then you realize this guy's also missing his left leg as well. So the entire left side of his body. It's okay, he's all right now. He stumbles out with a he doesn't even have a prosthetic leg, it's just a straight wooden leg, and walks over, sticks his head out the door, and slides the door along and turns a notice that says be back in 5, and he goes, follow me please, and you guys are led to the back. We will cut to Zero on her search. You got a 17, I believe?
Yes.
So you go to the farthest, darkest. Mine is so upset with me. I'm so upset, but I regret
It
nothing.
nearly broke me. I won't lie, man.
Excellent. I'm doing my job. You move to the darkest, dankest, like back corners of the part of the new shopping centers that get built where all the shit shops are, and no one wants to go there. So there's minimal people, but there's still people there. You walk past, and there's still a few people here. Burlier guys like moving crates and some carts and stuff getting moved on. There is a knight there, one of the soldiers of the city. I'd like you to make an insight check for me, please.
Let's see if I can do better. No. So that is 21. 21.
21. As you walk past, and again, the knights, they don't pick small people to be knights. They pick people that are of muscular stature that can really hold their own. High constitution, high strength, all that good shit. No, none of this dexterity stuff. And again, big helmet, can't see the face, but arms are crossed. The only thing I can put it to is that knight in that new Elder Scrolls Online trailer where he's got that huge spy hunter, that big dude. Looks like one of those. And you stand and sees you as you walk past, and there's a moment where it's a bit of a nod, and through the thing, with that insight check, you get that the information of the previous day's incidents seems to have not made it out yet. Because you know a knight in this part more than likely is going to be a bit crooked, and he didn't rush you on sight. So, you're safe for now.
Zero give a little nod back.
So, and you move deeper in.
Square up.
I'm sorry. I thought this was America. You move deeper in. You know there's a forge down the back that's run by a smaller contingent that Singbeer has had relations to. Sometimes he gets his metals and stuff from there. That every now and again you've gone there to get scrap metal or sometimes like scrap metal for seeing or ammunition, like if you need to get metal for your ammo, or sometimes just bits of metal for your own tinkering kits at home. You have your own workbench. And as a gunslinger, you are proficient in fixing your own weapons if need be. So you know where to go. I think the anxiety stems from the fact that you don't know what your relationship is with these people now.
Yeah.
Being that it's been, I think last time we checked, it was 9 months since the incident to now. The incident. The better. She used to be such a lovely woman until the incident. But
War, my friends.
you move down and you hear the heavy burning. You know when fire is burning so heavily it actually is audible? Like that. Like this forge burns hot. These guys melt down scrap metal into ingots and cut it down and sell them back to people. That's how you get your scrap. And you get some of your crafting tools from there. These guys, their whole job is to break down metal and then sell it back to people for...
Picturing you walking down like the opening to Peaky Blinders.
Hell yeah.
Just the
It's
forge
literally,
shooting fire
that's
outside.
exactly what
Yeah.
I... Oh man, if I can give you inspiration again, I would. It's exactly like... It's exactly like that. Shades down to help block out the big flashes of light that would hurt your eyes. And it's just like bits of flashing metal and smoke pluming out from the top. It's cool as hell. It feels best. Cool as hell. That's what my friend.
Red rise, red
That's why we're friends. You breach the... Pardon me, I'm just going to blow my whistle. You breach the precipice of this forge. It is unnamed. They don't have a name. They don't need to. Everyone knows what they do there. They don't need to sell their business. It sells itself. Behind the counter, you see... Well, because there's the counter. It's like a mechanic shop. There's a counter, and then you fully just see the workshop in the background. There is a Goliath, a half-orc, a handful of humans, a dwarf, and... probably a tiefling as well, you know, like people like a mismatched conglomerate of people.
Is a Goliath well fit?
Roll for it.
Fuck.
Oh!
It's a 12.
Yeah, well fit.
Yeah, well fit. Yeah.
This Goliath, for anyone of our anime fans who've seen Bucky the Grappler, has the demon back. So this guy's like lifting this thing in metal, and it's just like, and he's packing. This guy's packing a weapon.
Zero should stand there like.
Multiple things from established canon now that you're into the Goliaths.
Jesus Christ. But it's the young half-orc that catches your attention first. Like young in the sense of like maybe 30s, maybe like mid-30s. Still some grey in the facial hair, beard, nice shaved top, cloth of hair on the top. A couple of like burn marks across his face. But short like sleeveless shirt, steel working apron, big gloves. Walks up and then sees you walk in, takes off the goggles, and it's just soot, you know, like the soot circles where like the steel's been burned. Are you okay?
I'm in danger! There's a lot of burly men here!
You did this. I made this for you. Right? This whole thing about guns and metal is because you wanted to be a gunslinger. So blame yourself. But sees you walk in, walks over, pulls the thing off, black soot marks across his face, readjusts because obviously they're like welding goggles where like fully diffuses the light, huge glow from the back of the fire. Yeah. Looks over. How can I help you?
Have I've been to this forge before. Have I?
Yes.
Do I recognize any of these people? Are these people that I've dealt with, or have they changed hands recently?
The hands do shift quite often because people like travel through and change, you know, injury, all that sort of stuff. The half orc you do know, and the Goliath you know as well.
Yeah.
The Goliath, I would say, yeah, sure. The Goliath is Reimfred, Reimfred, and the young half orc is Eidos, Eiros. Where are my notes going?
Husband. Reverse. Harem. In the forge.
Yeah, oh my god.
Equals. Die happy.
You're a fucking menace.
I told you her notes are great. I was talking about your notes earlier. I always look over, I see something, I'm like, Jesus.
Eidos the half orc like clicks in front of your face.
I'm here. Just thinking.
You've got a bit of.
She's like, I'm good.
I just know what gets you now. It's so easy.
I'm looking for something new. Something better. And I don't want to get it where I normally get it. Is this gonna be good or bad?
Depends on what you mean by good and what you mean by bad. Good for you, or good for somebody else?
Well, I want it to be good for me, obviously. I just don't want to make any transactions because I'm in the shithouse with other people. Just a clean transaction.
No. I'm going to put this to you. Do you think these guys here would know about your connection with Singbia? For business reasons? Yes or no?
I mean, if all she was doing was going over there to just get, like, scrap metal and
Get
stuff like
ingots
that,
and stuff?
I think she would think it's none of their business.
Okay, fair enough. Pardon me. I would like you to make persuasion or deception. Don't tell me what it... Oh, actually, no. I'm going to say, no, you know what? This will be persuasion, because I feel like when you say I'm kind of in the shit right now, you're not really being untruthful, but you're not really lying either. So, yeah.
To be fair, I only said that because I thought they already knew about him. Like, I thought that was just a given.
No, this okay, I'll put it like this. This is not a role where it's like you're going to get in trouble if you fail. This is him determining how much information he's actually going to give you that's not going to get him in trouble.
Yeah, no, fair. It's a 6.
Okay. With a 6, he goes, well, yes, in the jail. Be gone with you! In this tense moment, in this melting pot of steel, the heat billowing out of the back, you can feel like both of your constitutions are being tested in this moment of...
Both stand there like just sweat.
Yeah, literally. And he goes, well, Wheels is always a good one to go to, but if you don't want to go here, you can always go to Wilcomer, a couple days south. Apparently a lot of people down there are dealing in what you got.
Got no business for me here.
Look, sweetheart, unless you want metal, you want a job. That's all I got here. Don't know how you'd fare though. I think if you were in there, some of those boys would eat you alive. Old mate Demon back in the background just like...
Zero kind of looks around. I don't think they would. You're kind of normally all talk anyways.
Can I do like perhaps an insight check to see if he's holding out on me?
Yes. Yes, you can. I'll make the deception check. Again, these are all like characters I don't really have stat blocks for, so it's just going to be a +1. Here we go. In the moment where you're starting to press him and that interaction with about the other workers and stuff, the reason you tell is because A, you're a lot older, and B, you had 3 kids to try and figure out when they're lying, and you could see it. You're like, there's a little bit of a, where it like kind of clicks back while he's having a cigarette, and you realize like, this motherfucker's lying to me. Or not lying, but there's more to it.
What's the way out for gold alleviating apprehension?
What do you want to give me?
Depends. Not giving you fucking gold for nothing. What do you got?
Well, I know that there's a few people getting around with what you got there.
I want more than what I've got. I want something different. Something new wave.
I don't really know what your experience is with the little fella in the wheelchair, but he's kind of the way to go on these sorts of things.
No, that's not what I heard.
Well, I've also been made aware that a couple of folks down in Billcomer have been shipping out some of these fancy new toys. I don't know the quality of them. I don't really care for it. I burn down metal, I get paid for it. It's as simple as that. Now, you do with that information what you will, but unless you want some real specific sweetheart, you better pay up or find yourself on your way.
I'm just thinking.
Feel free.
You keep saying pay up. What is it you have to offer me, though? I'm more than happy to give you a lot of gold. But I need to know. Very simple question with very simple answer. I'm sure somebody of your caliber can do the math on it. Do you have something with more punch? Or do you have nothing?
How is he gonna go?
I just want a simple transaction. I'm a simple gal.
Make persuasion with advantage, please.
Not 20!
Roll again, see if you do it twice.
That's
See if you
true.
do it twice. See if you do it twice.
19!
Oh,
Meant to be.
meant to be. So there's a cheeky grin beneath the peppered beard, and he he leans in over the counter and again looks you up and down, and
He's got to lean in too, but it's the one elbow one.
you guys really close together. There's this weird tension happening right now between this younger dude, this clearly older woman. It's just looks in, he goes, "Look, you've been shopping here for a long time, right? And never asked no questions. And you never told me shit I didn't want to hear. So, I'll give you this. The mutual friend, Wheels, sold, apparently, a plan for a gun to 5 people in that builder city. And he kept the other one, the main ones, for himself. Now, we don't know the names of the people he sold it to, but if you make a trip down to that city, you'll probably be able to find out who. Because people that make something that everyone else wants are people that get hurt. That's the best I know. But, my advice, I'd be very careful. Because you are on the shit list, aren't you? Right?
I made the shit list, so don't worry about me. But you have been a very nice help. And then she'll slide him 5 gold. And that's kind of an unspoken please don't tell anyone I was here.
I must say, the light in the Forge is pretty bright. I'm not quite sure who I was talking to. but-
Zira's like,
Yeah.
I'm Batman.
as you turn around, the half cape swings over, and you go to leave. He goes, "Have a wonderful day, my lovely lady."
I'm coming back, man.
Collected husbands.
Beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted, actually.
I needed a half orc for my collection of husbands.
Where's that Goliath?
I'll have the whole set. Hugle and Sebastian, you guys are led into a back room, dingily lit by one candle on the hallway as you get led into a room with a giant iron door as the man limps his way in. And very quickly he opens the door and ushers you guys into a back room so that you may peruse. As you enter, you are met with a multitude of different weaponry. Some that you look vaguely familiar, and some that don't. And as you wander in, and you hear the door shut behind you, and the ever now common noise for Hugle of a as you turn, and this man holds a steel tube to your back, and that's where we're going to go to break.
Oh!
We'll be
What was
back
the
in-
name of the shop we're in?
Victor's shop. I don't know what it's called.
I don't have a name for it. I'll get it for you. It's not on me right now. But
We're
we'll be back
stuffed.
in about a moment. And welcome back. Now, Sebastian and Hugo, you've been led into this room and you see heavy weaponry on these walls that some of it looks, I say, relatively familiar. You can probably deduce what it is and what it does. Some of it looks a bit more unique, like some heavier crossbows and all that sort of stuff. But the door shuts and the familiar cocking as you turn around, and this gentleman points some sort of variation of a handgun towards the both of you. Not super threatening, but like kind of at the hip. Hugo, what you see is a wooden handle, double hammer design, and it is 6 barrels, what seem to be on some sort of a swivel axis.
Similar to what was described.
Similar to what was described. I feel the information you were given to what you see is very similar. And again, he has it in sort of like a semi-defensive position, but he's not like up in your business, like threatening to fucking off you on the spot. But you find he leans back on the door a little bit with his thing. So you want to buy, or you try to get me in trouble? This is but a formality to keep my business affairs in order. You understand?
Of course I do. We have no intention of getting you in trouble. That is not on our plate of interest for today.
His cloudy eyes.
Yeah, there's a beat of sweat for
to
Sebastian.
see just how well he
There's
can
a beat
track
of
me.
sweat for Sebastian and Hugo because you know this guy's like partially blind, so the guy's
Yeah.
kind of waving around a little bit like this motherfucker's crazy.
What was his shop called?
Oh my god, I didn't hear. We'll go. We're gonna call it. I'll go back. I'll go call back for an older one from one of my older games because it's a bit fun. His name is Victor, but the shop is called Willem's Warfare Wares. Triple W.
Oh my god, they're about to get smacked down. What with the W?
Today, but yeah, but again, not super threatening, but it is aloft nonetheless, and it seems to be armed.
Right. No. Simply interested in buying today. And in general. Still trying to determine the budgets of things, and I understand. Wow, you're doing that. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but just be wary that you might hit some of your merchandise if you're not careful. And that stuff's expensive.
That was
I'm sorry.
That bitch tight!
it's so serious, but it's also just the best backhanded comment I've ever heard. I'm gonna make you off on this. That's what you say.
You're gonna hit. You're not gonna hit us. You'll probably hit something else.
It was just like a realization.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah, like
Pause.
goes to move his vest, realizes he's got one hand, just puts it back in the holster.
But I understand your caution. It's important to be cautious in a place like Rice. Nonetheless, you have...
What do you need?
Looking around the room, is there more of those type of guns that he had pulled out?
Make a perception check. I'll just say perception. These are things that are on the wall, but you try and find the key.
I'll give him a help action, basically,
Sure,
by
yeah,
just
sure.
pointing him out, because I'm kind of leading to... I'm
18
taking his lead.
plus something.
something.
Oh,
So is it
skills. Some.
plus 3, so 21.
21! Nice. There's another. There's another. The thing with these is they So his one is like the classic like gunmetal grey, like it's just grey steel on a wooden handle. This one seems to be like black iron. Hammer designs are slightly different. So like normally with hammers is the front bit that pinches the ignition always will look the same. It's a little pinprick, right? But every smith or craftsman has their own accoutrement they love to add to their designs. So the hammer on his one is the hammer that you noticed, or the one that he was kind of waving around, very classic, just raw metal style. Kind of looks like the back of an axe, where it's got the picking bit that you use to like heap into stuff. Very classic. The one that you see on the wall, kind of a little bit prettier, like a bit of a curvature, like a bit of a, not unlike Voyage's ones actually, where they curve around a little bit. So he seems to have gotten them from 2 different vendors, it would seem like. But there is another one that's very similar, but again, slightly aesthetically different.
Hugle's going to turn away from Victor, like, and start like inspecting, and say, "I have a friend that would be very interested in these." And when he's faced away, touch his necklace, cast sending, act like he's still speaking to the room. "This is to you."
Ooh, spicy!
"This shop of yours, Victor, what was it? Warfare Wares?
Yes,
Has some very interesting stocks that I know my friends would like to see." That'd be the end of what you hear.
He responds in kind. Again, because he's partially blind, his focus gets drawn a lot between who he wants to look at. And at this point in time, he glances over to you, but kind of keeps focused on the guy that's obviously the same height as him, like close to that size. He goes, "Yes, passed down from many friends and colleagues that we like to work, but the aim of the game is changing, and we need to keep up with it or get lost behind in the race. You understand? These," and again, some muskets and flintlocks they're probably a bit more ornate and nicer. They're there for visual aid, not really there to do more damage. But like you find he walks over and puts his good arm on like a blunderbuss, like a huge fucking killer. You'd stick a pocket watch down the end of one of these and shoot it off and it would kill somebody. And he goes, "Blunderbuss, do good job. You tear a man's ribcage out with that. Too slow to reload, too much gunpowder. We need these new wave, they call them cartridge. These cartridge firearms, much better. They're quicker. You can get more rounds off. Now, with that being said, these are pepper boxes," where he points to the one with the rotating cylindrical barrel. "They're good, but still can sometimes be unreliable. Tinkerers are trying to make them fire faster without breaking or jamming, but you always have the leg up on someone else that has a classic flintlock. They get one round and it takes a minute to reload. You're gonna want to get more rounds out."
The one that we're kind of particularly looking for.
The pepper box, yeah.
I sort of study it a little bit for his own sake.
Mhm.
Sort of point it around like he's playing around, pretending, kind of trying to copy what you normally do, acting like he knows what he's doing, and asks, "Where do you get these from?"
Well, I know for a fact here, not to take you away from this, but this place likely ships from Björkhammer, just based off the ship and the materials.
You're a smart man.
Thank you.
You know what you're on about. Yes, a lot of those tinkerers and builders and Björkhammer like to. Granted, they used to be a little bit closer, but they forced them to go away because they're always blowing up and breaking stuff. So they put them in between the 2 mountains. Yes, they do come from Björkhammer. A lot of those artificers and things like that like to make shit that blows up. So you are
When
smart.
looking at it, I'm looking for like a craftsman's stamp or something, like where it was made.
Make an investigation check to see if amongst all the adage and like the adages and symbols upon it, you can find something that looks like a maker's mark.
If I were to, I'm not sure if this will help with the help action, but if I try and draw his attention away to like some of those other weapons and stuff like that, could that give him advantage to give him more time to look?
Absolutely. Why not? You're giving
Thank
him
God,
more
'cause
time.
that was
Giving him
an
more
11.
time to like really study.
If that was a 1, but I can re-roll once.
Yeah, halfling.
2 or 5, so 11 is my best.
Okay.
There's a lot of filigree on this particular firearm, but because there's so much of it, you can't determine what's a logo and what isn't.
Yes, I'd be next. So, this one is rather beautiful, but my friend who prefers these kinds of weapons likes the artisan touch. Do you know where particularly these have come from?
As much as you can read a man's face where his eyes are like properly just coloured, yeah, like he's not quite sure. He thinks back on it and he goes, yes, there was... Mine came from a smith we have here actually in the city, but this piece here, the one you look on the wall, that came from some older human gentleman in Bjorkhammer. I'm struggling to recall. I think it might have been, he was a human man, much older. I believe he was in his 60s, maybe 70s. A bit of a wizard down in Bjorkhammer. Just.
So I might have run across him then. I'm just saying these things just
Yeah,
to keep the
of course,
conversation
yeah,
going. Don't
yeah,
think I actually would
Good,
know.
Thank you. His name is Aloysius.
Aloysius.
All the wishes.
All the wishes. Inspiration. That was funny as hell. Aloysius, I believe, is Aloei. Aloysius.
I wrote it some other
CIUS,
way
yeah.
altogether.
Aloysius, yeah. He seems to be trying to put his foot in a lot more things, but there's maybe a couple of more artisans that also have access to these. We believe that the man who made this step in the design has sold it to many people, and now it's about who can do it better and not who can do it better, meaning quicker, and better
Quality.
Better, yes.
Aye. Makes sense. Well, I must say, did you forge these yourself then?
No, these ones I purchased
Ah.
with the intent to see if I could find a market here, and apparently your little foggy friend over there, he's like squinting at you, seems to know someone, so you think maybe you'll send them my way and I can make a good deal from them. Nah. That's you on the head with his stump.
Right. Well, that sounds wonderful. These pepper boxes are certainly very impressive. Have not seen one like this before, exactly. You wouldn't happen to have any other devices, would you?
Only what you see. He points the bisected arm, and there's a blunderbusses, long musket rifles,
Yep.
flintlock pistols. You find there's one that sells a full kit. It's a vest with 6 small, like a bandolier of flintlocks, so that someone can get 6 shots off and then reload the guns later.
Slot
fire and stuff.
Kind of like
Like a bandolier.
what is that movie? The Boondock Saints. Billy Connolly plays. He has 6 guns and he just never reloads them. He just empties the guns. That
makes
kind of
sense.
stuff. And there's a repeating crossbow, like a crossbow with a drum barrel on it. So like it allows you to get 50 rounds off before you have to fully reload the crossbow, which itself takes looks like it'll take a couple of minutes to like refeed all the arrows through.
Take ages.
Yeah, some alchemical explosives,
Oh.
like like the equivalent of like TNT bombs, all that sort of stuff. There's a mixture of things that you can glean at a glance, but if you really want to get info, you'd either have to ask or attempt to see it while he's not really paying attention, which we've established is not very hard.
I might just quickly go and check with my contact very quickly.
Yes.
Here. I lean back and I say, why don't you, and as I make sure my back is turned to him,
Yes.
I'm going to say, why don't you head back upstairs and have a wink or something, and just maybe make yourself unseen for a bit. Might help. Just keeping a look around. You never know what you'll find.
Do you mind unlocking that door for me?
Not the door. Not the door. Opens a big iron door.
Hello.
You'll be right.
I'll be right.
I'll see back upstairs and
It's the thing is, it's all
Back-
one
sorry,
level.
back
Yeah, you
out
go
to
back
the
to the
main.
front of the shop. Remember, the shop's closed,
Hmm.
so you're kind of just hanging out in the foyer, just looking at what's on the wall.
Yeah,
and
but I was
stuff.
implying that if he wanted to come back into the vault, invisible, basically. If that's what it is.
Ah,
So
okay.
step out, turn invisible,
Now
come
I'm
back in as he's
getting it.
closing the door. Sorry, I
Does
probably should make
Hugle catch on?
Ah.
A 5. No, Hugle just goes
Cool.
out to the shop.
Sebastian thought it was a good idea, but he's just going to keep going, looking at different things.
You fully in watching the you're like, he's straight up gone.
I see the door close and I'm like,
Yeah.
Hugle
It's
go
all
out to the
me.
front though and be peering out through the glass to see,
okay, cool.
after giving you the notes of where we were, keeping an eye out for
I
you.
will actually say, while this tense moment's happening, the rest of the group, you're in the shop, but the rest of you three specifically do reconvene, like back at the flower shop, maybe within time, because it's only a couple of minutes to kind of duck and weave where you've got to go. But eventually, Zero, Voyage, and Zeph all link back up, and you're 2 people short.
Fantastic choice for what you're gonna wear to the gala.
Thank you.
It was such a good, fun shopping session. Oh, hi, Zero.
They come back in different outfits.
Yeah, probably.
Big
bags.
hats.
They're like bags.
The fuck are you wearing?
We couldn't find anything.
Oh, you couldn't find it, so you just went for a little shopping spree.
They needed something for the gala.
My apologies. Fucking get over here! Come on, we're going back to the shop.
And then she's gonna start leading them to where Sebastian.
It was like fully as you were sprinting towards the flower shop, it's like all the info came and you're like, fuck! And you like basically scoop the kids up and just go in the opposite direction. And you guys will make a break for it. Can I get you to roll perception for me, please, as you try to look out for your friends?
That's another 5.
Do it with
Plus
advantage,
3.
actually, because I'll say you guys are basically trying to like sprint over there.
And that's a 2 plus 3. Yeah, he goes to the
Yeah, you can't seem to notice them running up, and the shop is cresting over in the distance for you guys as you canter your way over there, like not making it look too obvious that you're fucking fully trying to sprint and get over there.
Kath and Kim.
Yeah, that's like
Look at mine.
look at
Stitch your
My
baby
basic idea would be to be
Jesus,
standing by the front
you
door so when they do get there, I
Yes. Absolutely. Well, we'll cut back to this legitimate business that's happening here in this back room, and if so, it is yours. He finally looks at you and he's
All right.
like,
Fascinating what you've got here, this crossbow as well.
This thing is wonderful. It's got a little rock in it that's basically enchanted to use gas to feed the ammunition through. It is truly marvelous. That'll stick a pig at 50 yards, no questions asked.
That's fascinating. And if it doesn't, you could kill another 48 with them or something.
I like you. You're funny. Number jokes make me laugh. Ha ha ha.
Yes. So how much would this one cost? Set me back.
The crossbow or the handgun?
Crossbows.
The crossbow, that would be, I don't get a crossbow, a little bit of magic. It's not really using heavy expendables. That'd be about 200 gold pieces.
Gold, yep. And how much for the handguns over there?
The
Pepper ones.
The pepper box would probably be, well, mine is not for sale, but the more intricate one, engravings offer no tactical advantage whatsoever.
Mm.
Probably set you back about 500 gold pieces.
All right. I mean, new technology and all that sort of thing. I can understand that.
And that's without ammunition.
Right. Ammunition. I'm happy for it to cut back to the party, but basically he'll just stall for a little and maybe ask them what kind of ammunition.
Yeah, literally.
That back and forth can go for a bit
Literally.
until they want to know, or he gets a signal to do otherwise.
That's not the right thing.
He will keep an ear out though if there's like a knock or a sound or something going down.
I lied. Pepper box is 250 gold pieces.
250.
I'm just trying to actually check D&D Beyond
Oh,
for
good.
once in my life.
I like it though. That's good.
We'll say 250.
Oh, good,
But it was a really nicely engraved one.
It was
We'll say
nice.
300.
that he's
Thank you,
like
you.
hiking up the prices and he can be haggled down. If he
That's
wants to
true.
do that.
That's
Stick with
true.
400.
Why are we talking you up in price?
We're going up
Yeah.
to 400 now. I gotta change my. I'm like 250.
Come on.
Eventually, you like Hugle. You're kind of like just leaning against the door. Like, man, I wonder where my friend was. And like Sarah just hits the door. You're like,
Walk up, unlock pocket, open it up. He goes, I think you're going to be quite interested in what they have back there.
Oh, there's someone actually selling the shit here.
He's got everything.
Oh, well, look at what our other friends got.
That looks fucking good. I mean,
I needed a tie that'd match the suit. Come
I
on.
needed a new cloak. Mine was ripped.
look, we found something.
It is exhausting.
We started by playing marbles because we really couldn't find anything.
You're playing marbles.
I'm trying to kill Zero in the campaign. The thing's gonna get her as a fucking aneurysm.
I'll walk up, knock on the door. Victor, I have some friends you'd like to meet.
My golly, that was fast.
That's very fast, actually.
Legs
Wow.
and everything.
He's fast. I didn't realize.
And he walks over, opens the door. Because at this point, he feels pretty nonchalant and relaxed about it. Everyone's there, right? Everyone's party. Is Dog out? Like, is Dog with you? Yes,
Dog's
no?
with me, yes, but Dog's busy running through making some chaos. Like a solid distraction for this blind man. As Voyage kind of hooks Zeph around like she's not there and just is all like, yeah, let's just look around out here for a minute. Just in
Okay.
case.
So you guys push through the door. You are so fucking lucky, and that guy is partially blind. You guys all wander in, and he goes, yes, enter, please, enter, please.
Enter, please.
Enter, please. And whisks you guys in, and he squints at you for but a moment. And he goes, okay. Please, Brad, your friend here, very intelligent man. You know a lot of things about a lot of things. But please, have a wonder.
There's a lot of pieces that are visible currently. And I kind of shoot a quick look to Zero as she's got walking past.
Zero will get. Do I recognize him at all?
You do, Victor. Victor is not unknown to you. He so like it was really common when people were trying to emulate the coolness and the use of firearms by going to get their hands on flintlocks and stuff. You were working with Singbeer for a while to try and develop your variation of firearms from the original Pepperbox design. So you had seen him in passing, but you never had to actually interact with him. You knew him, but you didn't have to know him. But yeah, it's one of those things, like you just know of him in passing. But he's like, he heavily squints at you, but doesn't seem to recognize you. I'm gonna let you know, I made it a fair thing that I rolled deception on him with disadvantage because he's partially blind. That first roll was a nat 20, and the second one was a 6.
Thank fuck.
Well, Hugle's going to walk straight in and pick up the very nice pepper box. I thought this might be something you guys would be interested to see. And holds up. Looks familiar to something we've had described to us before.
Yes, it does. Zero will take it and she'll do the.
Check it.
I wonder if is it actually of decent quality?
Also, yeah, it's decent.
Does it look like Sing's work?
It's not.
I'd say as I was handing it over to you two, I'm kind of repeating what I heard earlier. So, this one is quite well made from a fellow named Aloysius down in Bjorkheimer. Kind of hint into you all like, there's a name.
I will say.
Acting like I'm just sort of going, oh yeah, how cool is this? But
I will say, it doesn't. The intricacies don't look like Sing's work, but the design of the mechanisms is 100% his work. You know that whoever made this copied the blueprints to the letter.
I'll also ask as I'm handing it over to you, Evelyn, is this of similar quality to the one you've got yourself there? To the guy?
He pulls out of his holster. His is less pretty and just more streamlined. He has it to do a job and that's about it. But not as pretty. Just for personal defense. But, yes.
Was it made by the same person?
No, this one I got here. But that's why it's just very plain. I don't want it to be something that, not like this Aloysius fellow is a bit of a calling card to make something too loud. I'm sure you understand. Got to be smart with these sort of things. There's no real law on how these work yet, so.
Of course.
Very interesting. Where'd you get the blueprint for these? These are not standard make or model. It's very new technology.
Me, myself, I do not get the blueprint. I simply sell the guns. But I believe the people in the Bjorkoma that are making this got them from the smith where I got mine, personally.
Who else is buying them? You.
Oh, you mean the guns or the
Yeah.
blueprints?
The guns.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get you. You're gonna roll with all your comrades here. That's gonna be a persuasion with advantage. Because there's been some good buttering up here
Yes.
with how the conversations go. I'm not super heavy on rolls if you're doing a really good job.
Let's see.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to reroll that.
Absolutely.
Don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me. Does anyone wanna
Throw
guide me
guidance?
through this?
Not sure if I'd have the time taking him on
Nah, that's fair.
front and center here.
Fair.
Like talking to
fair.
him. I don't know. I could if
Fuck
I had
her.
the
Don't
distraction.
fuck her.
Don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me.
What was that?
That was a 3. 17.
17. He looks about on the group here in particular, and again, it's hard because he's blind. So he is a man that seems to carry himself, and you will all get this on your passive insights. He seems to be a man that carries himself on the good of the word people he sells to. I won't tell people you're buying things that probably aren't good. You don't tell people I'm selling them. That sort of thing. He goes, look, I'm not governed by the same rules of people of a particular organization against our government. I'll let you decide whether you do or don't know what that is, but I am a man that you do good by me, I do good by you. We all just want to try and survive in this place.
I'll buy 2 pepper boxes straight off the bat.
Well, holy hell, you've got yourself a dear, my lovely lady. If you put the down payment, I can order you the second one. I only have the one extra in my personal one. So if you want to do that, I'm more than happy to do that deal for you.
I will gladly do the deal for you. If
Yeah.
you can ensure that you are selling me the best kind of pepper boxes. I don't want to go down the street next week and see somebody else selling something like this for much cheaper, much better.
I'm going to just go up and get some air. And he's going to walk around the corner. Sebastian's going to walk away
For
for
sure.
a moment. I'll
Yes.
do something in a second, but
Yes,
finish what
for
you're
sure.
doing.
While this is going
Yes.
down, Zephyr's just gonna do that.
And just hide. Or attempt to hide. I was gonna say, the room has a lot of bit of shelves and stuff, and he is blind, so I'll actually let you make the hide check with advantage because he's hard of sight. So we'll go that way. So let's do that.
So, and that's under stealth, so that is...
Do that.
My brain is... 21.
21. That seems to be the table number, right?
Yeah.
21.
Yes.
It is.
You find a little gap between the back wall and the shelf unit, and you just go,
No, it was 13. I
I'm
got
sorry,
12
it
with
was
that.
22.
22.
I can't do math.
because that's so much
gay.
worse. So much worse. So you guys look around and you see the gap between the back wall and just a like an armored shelving. You just go and just slip in, and like just beyond his sight, he's not gonna see it.
Yeah.
And you just like pull your cloak up and you re-texture your face to have like a really dark and like blackened ash color to like blend into the concrete wall along with your cloak. You're pretty confident you're out. Oh my god, what was the thing you asked? I fully had a blank out there.
He was buying the 2, wanted to order one.
Yes,
wanted to
that's
make
right.
sure it was good.
And the quality. Yes.
Yes.
Now
Wanted
you
to see
find
if there's any competitive competition here.
well, if you get it from this chap Aloysius in Bjorkoma, it'll Assuredly, I'm quite confident in its capabilities. It's a good-looking gun. I do a couple of tests myself just to make sure I'm not buying faulty goods. I'm quite confident in its ability to fire. However, if you wanted to get one more closer to home, I'd probably recommend the smith that I got mine from, as he makes them in-house.
So you don't know of anybody else here in Traders Bay who has these blueprints? Or is this just a you special?
I'm pretty confident that I'm one of the only few people that sells the firearms as of right now, other than the other smith that sells them. As far as the blueprints, I think it was only the people in Yorkoma to keep the competition out of the home turf.
Absolutely. And on top of that, there's no point in me buying this if there is a whole other group of people running around with them. How often are these bought? So I know if I need to buy something bigger, better, more gold in your pocket.
He again glances over to the wall, and you can see like where the original one was hanging up on the wall, and by the one in his breast pocket, there's also a free hanging rack, like one next to it. And he looks and he goes, "I've only sold one more since I've been here, and it was about maybe 3 months ago. Again, they're not very popular. Not all of the people have them. It was some young fellow, good eaters like you, but it's a bit of a coat.
Oh, I think I might know him. Fucked up face.
Oh, well, I can only see so far, but yeah.
He's pretty fucking ugly.
I believe he was a little bit scratched up in the face.
Shit, what was his name again?
Alfie or Ellie or something like that. Some sort of owl name.
Shit. I think I've worked with him a couple of times. He gets into the shady business, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he does.
Yes, maybe. I think so. I don't ask. But he looked a bit... He's one of those dark, broody types. You know, look at me, I'm so sad.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, yes.
I hate that shit. Come on, I lost my hand and I'm still as happy as could be.
You need a hand with anything?
Oh, you're funny.
Oh, hilarious. Oh, I bet you've heard that.
Discount for you, my friend.
If you were interested in a purchase, was there anything else that came in particularly new with these guns?
Just this so far. I'm not quite sure who else is going to be making some, but if you're up for a bit of a road trip, you could always just go there and have a look. Be wary, don't keep your head down. I've seen people get their fucking head blown off there because shit blow out a window. It's dangerous. Welcome to dangerous city.
Since my lady here wants 2 of them, would you recommend your local smith? We'd need a name.
Oh, yes. If you want them good and you want them done, I would highly recommend it. You got a pen and paper. I tell you.
Pulls out his little thing.
Oh, smart boy. You're looking for that, he's a small gnome fella. He has a wheelchair. He has a little, I believe they call him Rubit. A Rubit friend. That do work for him. His name's, they call him Singular Smith. Very good.
But takes it down, pretending never to, not to know the name already.
How much for the paper box?
Tell you what. You take one now, order the second one. I do it for $4.50. 50 gold discount for you.
How about we strike a bit of a better deal? Because I know for a fact that $4.50 is a bit of a high price. And that's okay, you are a businessman. I understand.
Just try to make the money.
I
Yes,
know.
I need to make the money.
I know. So how about I'll give you 600 gold. You give me that other pepper box. And I'll give you something that'll be a lot easier for you to use in return so you're not left armless.
Persuasion advantage. Not 20.
You made it a 3!
I'm trying here. I want you to succeed. Dun, dun, dun,
I'm just gonna do it. Oh, it's 13.
Okay. In total?
Yeah.
Oh dang. He smiles and he laughs. He's like, my lady, the deal is extravagant, but I do need something that's a little bit quicker to defend myself in case people not as lovely as yourselves attempt to rob my humble shop.
A little bit quicker. I would never downgrade you like that.
And she's gonna pull out her revolver of warning.
Now this is a very, very special gun. This, with your eyes, you don't see too good. Smell, I can see it. This tells you when danger is around the corner. You don't even need to see it. It'll tell you for you. Here, hold on to it.
And she's gonna flip it. And as soon as he grabs it, she's gonna pull out her revolver, her other revolver, and hold to him.
Ooh.
Yes, you feel it, don't you?
Very clever.
Yes.
Little enchantment. Very
That's the
slick. I do. This design is very peculiar. I've never seen this. What is this?
It's just a pistol. Don't worry about where it came from. Just know it came from a place of quality.
Like uses the handless arm to like pull the hammer and have a gander, and then slowly clicks it back. Very intuitively, he kind of figures it out, figures out the loading, all that sort of stuff. Has a peek at the cartridges and understands what the design is.
Wouldn't you say that's probably a damn sight better than what you have? And it hits almost just as hard. I mean, if you can aim and hit to begin with.
That is fair. That is fair. It's the buzzing feeling that gives me a good tingle. Tell you what, I'll take that deal.
Pleasure doing business with you.
And she'll give him the 600 gold.
Lovely. So mark that off, and you no longer have your revolver of warning.
I want to see if there's anything that I can just find around the place, like any sorts of paperwork or anything like that that I can just see.
Make an investigation check.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
Who's going to curse thee today?
Yeah. And it was investigation?
Yeah, yes, please.
That's only a 10.
You see there's like a lot of cabinets and drawers here, but because there's so many and the fact that there's a lot of bodies in this room, you're like, ooh, it's a bit spicy, but you do see them, but you're not quite sure out of all the ones that are there, what's going to be the one that's most important. That's where it gets risky. So we'll cut to you. You're sitting in the hallway.
I would go up the hallway a little bit here, hear a bit of what they're saying, but I'm going to kind of go
Yeah,
up,
for sure.
look at the desk, like the shop desk. I'm going to identify like a safe or a lockbox.
Um,
Somewhere documents might be kept, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say, under the counter, there's definitely like a
Simple.
like a till or something, like whatever it is. Yeah.
Don't really need cash, looking more for documents.
Yeah, there's definitely like a little shelfy kind of like whole unit under the counter where he has a lot of on initial glance you can like take a quick peek on your passive investigation. A lot of receipts, water notices, all that sort of stuff. If you're looking for something particular, we'll have to roll for it.
I'm happy to have a look. I just wanted to look for anything that triggers that sort of orders from Bjorkcom or orders from what's it called? This Xing individual. Basically just looking for a physical piece of evidence. I just need to look at it and try and
Yeah,
copy
for sure.
it.
Roll. This will be investigation. Yeah, for sure.
I'll roll that. I'll guide myself with it.
Go for it.
Well, okay. So 18.
18. Again, a lot of the orders coming in, all Bjorkhammer stuff.
Yep.
But you realise, obviously, because it's a warfare shop and it sells weapons, there's obviously going to be a lot of weapons on there.
Yeah.
But you're crossing what you saw in that room to what's on the paperwork.
Yep.
And you're getting the motion. It's like a lot of that stuff is coming in off the books. It would seem.
That's fine.
Because there seems to be a lot of crafting material stuff on there. So like metal ingots, all that sort of stuff. But this guy's not really a craftsman, so it doesn't really line up that well.
Just ordering them in off the books, basically. Good to know.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. No worries. I'll close the thing and leave it be.
Yes, for sure, for sure. We return back to the room. Is there anything else our party wish to do?
There was one other thing you may have been interested in. Would you mind showing her that bullet press that you brought out earlier?
Oh, yes. And he moves over.
Bullet press. Now
It's
we're talking.
more of a kit. Presses are more of a iron work.
With the
sort of
fabric,
thing.
yes.
Yes, but and he again in his back room he has a couple and he wheels it out and it's a nice little like suturing sewing kit where you can like craft your own ammunition, all that sort of stuff. Now you're provisioned with some tinkering tools and it's pretty simple and a normal common folk probably not so much, but gets you out of a tight spot if you can't get your hands on this new wave of ammunition. Yes.
You have any in excess from your own?
Yes, I have about 10 on hand, just in case, for myself, because as you use it, you do burn the materials and you have to buy a new one, but...
Yes. Pistol bullets. It seems that the shaft and the barrel, even though the mechanism is on the front, seems to be the same size. I would assume that my pistol bullets would work fine in the pepper box.
Yes, more than likely, yeah. You might maybe some machining of the barrels to give them a bit more of an opening, but 9 times out of 10, because they are just fabric cartridges, pretty simple stuff.
Yes, excellent. How much for, your little kit there?
Let's see, let's go here. If you want to get the kit with enough ammunition, say 8 gold pieces.
Done.
There you go. And he hands one over to you. And again, it's got the fabrics, the powder, and the barrels. It's a nice little, it's literally like a bento box for bullets.
Love that.
A bullet bento box.
Bullet bento.
Yeah.
Zeph will come out of hiding and basically
Scare the shit out of this guy.
just point to the crossbow.
The repeating crossbow.
How
Yeah.
much?
Oh, that one. I've not really had an opportunity to price it yet because I don't know what the calling is for it. Crossbows seem to be an outdated machine. You know, with the flintlock and musket, the blunderbuss, and these guns that are coming in. I'm not really sure, but if you make me a nice offer, I might very well take it. Just to get it off my hands, to make room for new stock, you understand.
How much are crossbows like normally?
Let's find out.
Like at least a decent like mechanical one.
And you would know, I'm going to say that's a heavy crossbow, like big mechanical ones. 50 gold pieces.
50. And you said that it had like 50 rounds?
It's
Or 40?
50 arrows to a drum.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's the same sort of mechanic with Zero's guns. You have to, and Voyage's arrows, you've got to keep track of how many arrows are in your drum and how many you've got on excess on hand, because obviously that cuts into your inventory. So that's how you mitigate that ability to like shoot off so many rounds at once.
When Zeph is talking to him about the crossbow, is Voyage like staring at it, drooling?
Not necessarily drooling, but he has been like,
So unsporting.
trying to work out like, if I let go of this, do I lose that to hold that? Pretending to like dual wield, but can't work out the mechanics for how to pull his own bow back.
And you're thinking like this, you're like trying to like mount it on your hip, got a huge butt on it, like.
Like, this man has +0 intelligence. He's trying to math it, but the math ain't mathin'.
Zero's like watching from across the room. She's just slightly shaking her head. Like, don't get it. That's just like her like all like.
It looks tight as hell, and it looks like a good piece of machinery, I'll give you that much.
What's your passive? Would it be passive perception that I'd try and beat if I want to see if she's saying no, don't get it?
Yeah, passive perception.
So what's your passive?
Oh, okay.
I normally have them up, and I just keep forgetting to do it. I'm normally so much better at this.
That's what they all say.
Passive perception for myself is 15.
So I got a 16. So
Oh,
Zeph
yeah.
noticed that Zero was like, I'll have a think about it.
You'll know where to find me. Okay. Well, if that's all we have, I think our business here is concluded. I would like to go get some lunch now. So
Of course, plus you're doing business. She's gonna hold out the hand. He's meant to shake with the start, and then she's gonna grab the hand. Stop.
I appreciate the sense of humor. She's a funny lady. Your mother very funny.
Absolutely hilarious.
And he ushers you guys out to like smashes in the hallway like, oh, yo. And you guys opens up the shop, allows you guys to leave, and closes it simply for a few minutes to give enough time to let everyone disperse. And by this point, you're probably going late midday, like midday into like early afternoon. So the streets are still a bit busy, but you guys are now alone to your own group.
I'll gesture the group forward and then taking a little bit of that sort of metal filing, twist the dot watch for a little bit there, get a little bit of that metal filing, and then using minor illusion, replay the sounds of that conversation, bringing up Sing. Shing.
You clever bastard.
From
I
the
didn't even
hallway.
click onto that. Fuck! Damn it,
There
everyone's
it is.
smarter than me.
You are a very clever man.
Well, thank you. You're quite clever yourselves, actually bringing up that information. I didn't know how to make it known. So this worked two and two together. I'm also so amazed that no one talked about like an arm and leg joke around this.
Oh, you missed those.
Yeah, I know. I was going to. It's one of those like, costings, expensive. No, let's not talk about it. No.
One bead of sweat on Zero's fault.
Yes, I know who would do that. They're a fucking asshole if they do that.
How rude.
Oh, you both look really. Wow, that's really nice, actually.
If we did make a joke like that, that'd make us half the man he is.
That's true.
It's just a bit of armless joking, surely.
No. Let's not take it to extremities.
Everyone at this table get inspiration. If you don't already have it, I will give it to everyone because now it's just ridiculous. And I feel like I owe you that as penance for my bad joke.
Right, so we have some form of evidence that can be positioned forward because these things are off the books, so we have to work with what we have. By the way, both of you, that's so nice. Did you go on like a shopping trip?
Look. We ended up on the wrong side of
That
town.
happens.
There were
People and families.
and they call out to you on the street like, you're gonna try this, try that, and there's a thing coming up.
A way of blending in.
It's her fault. She asked me.
All right.
They asked me.
It's nice not to be on this group for once. Usually I'm the
Don't
one making
abandon me!
mistakes.
Fair enough.
Don't
So-
stitch me up, bro.
So, where to next then? Do we want to go and confront Xing now? Or do we want to try and find some competitors? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking that
Stop it. Stop it.
What's up?
You're like holding away your knife point. It just makes me think of Zeph getting woken up in the morning, Lionel Hush from The Simpsons. Don't touch my stuff!
Yep.
Okay.
I'm thinking with this new information. I mean, that recording is perfect, but now we're starting to trek further away from where the actual distribution of it is happening.
Am I wrong to have noticed that it's possible the man we're tracking bought his gun here?
I think he smithed it, is what we're
Well,
implying.
no. We're hunting a particular man. I believe he mentioned an A name, and one of the names we were given in the village was Alabane.
Alfie, Ale, something with an Al, isn't it? Alabane,
One
did you
of the
say?
men we're after is Alabane.
Alabane.
So it may have had nothing to do with sin.
Well, if Singh wants to get things off if Singh wants to get himself out of Shites Creek, he'll have to probably give us a bit of information about where he's getting it from. Maybe.
Well, he's the one providing these.
He's making the blueprints.
Oh.
He's the one that's...
We'd assumed
selling
he
them
was
off.
the one that was selling to the man we're after.
This does change things.
It does. So perhaps we try and find that name first, or go to Sing and try and get that name by some other means.
You ever been to the 9 Spells?
Heard about it, I've been there. Took me a minute to figure out what was happening here. The brainwave. I saw the brainwaves going, and I was.
I have a husband there.
Checks out, yeah.
He is also a Goliath.
No,
have enough
please.
fingers.
No, not my boy.
I have toes.
Not my boy. Not my beautiful boy.
Dog.
That.
Cut it out.
I think we need to be careful with where we go with you, and you. Because there are some sections where if your face is not a face that is clocked or recognized, it could be problematic.
At least a couple of us can wear different faces.
Today I can, thanks to being a bit paranoid looking at the window. So, yes.
I think we might be able to find some information at the 9 spells, perhaps. That's where a lot of hands change over, especially with higher up workers, headhunters.
So finding this Alabane, that takes priority because he is... I don't know if I'm reaching here, but if you're looking for these people, are they part of that certain task force?
He was looking for something. And I need to know why he was looking for it, because I think that ties into several problems we are having right now.
Right.
We're after a group that caused a whole lot of damage in the town north of here. We got a couple of names, one of them being Alabane, another being Ishra. Sure. And the final name I don't think we got, but we know it was an elf with a glass eye.
An elf, I think this one might be the one that they were referring to. Maybe. And perhaps not. Though I can let you know that in this town of Annenfreiss, there has been word of the same sort of thing. That was the place in Trader's Bay. It's possible that that person's also connected. The only discrepancy around features, I noticed there was a plate mail sort of indent in the ground. And that could be from those guards. May also not be. It stood out as odd. So perhaps that's another thing to look out for as we're considering this. So does this take priority over confronting Singh, is what I need to ask.
At the moment, yes, it does.
All right.
This was the purpose of confronting Singh, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I mean...
We still don't have any concrete knowledge. I'm just attaching strings here.
Well, if you've got a way of perhaps telling us, some people who are okay to comfortably move through that space of not so savory individuals, some of us can disguise like that and we can give it a look.
Well, so far, we know Singh has sold his blueprints to, what's the name of that town?
Aloysius and Bjorkheimer.
That one. So we know he's sold them to them, and we know those guns that are being made there are being brought back into the city. Whether they're the same blueprints that he's sold or not is a completely different question.
It's heavily implied.
It
It's
is,
his,
yeah.
It's a tricky situation then.
What could Singh give us at this point that we do not already have, based on educated assumptions? Because it's that motherfucker with the glass eye we're looking for. That is the bane of our fucking problem right now.
Has he interacted with this glass eye found?
Well, that's the thing. He won't tell us.
And there's nothing else really that he could give us from what the shop owner had said, that he might have been the one to come in and purchase that specific weapon from him.
The thing I'm trying to wonder here is if this is all tied to that big city council announcement that's happening at that gala. That man, Victor, he was speaking of the whole world of this city changing with this introduction of this technology. Perhaps this is a council level response. Perhaps they're outfitting people. I'm not sure. But it seems like this individual let us in, yes, on a council, not semi-council, but someone who's involved, but he still let us through and looked. something about this is ringing that this gala might have a reflection on more leads in regards to our glass friend, or at least how the council or whoever's in that council who knows about this is going to respond. It's very
I would
tricky.
imagine that if they're building these guns in Bjorkheimer, then the council, well aware of the new technology that would be available to them. And
I'd imagine so.
any leadership that I've ever come across is more than willing to advance their security in any means necessary.
It is concerning. So do we hold out to the gala, or do we try and find leads on this glass-eyed individual?
Well, we have a week until the gala.
Or a few days, 3-ish days, I think.
A week.
No, a week.
A week.
Yeah, by this point it'll be about 7 days.
Okay, cool, all good. All right, well, we've got time then.
What's our main goal here? Originally, we were just trying to find this group.
I think that's still at the top of the list. Just a matter of finding the steps to get there.
We need to find this man with the glass eye. The one who bought the gun, which is probably from somebody that's not Singh, because he sold the blueprints. He doesn't just sell his firearms to any fucker. Well, he didn't used to sell his firearms to just any fucker. So I would assume that this character has brought his gun from somewhere outsourced.
Somewhere like Victor, who
Somewhere
seems
like
to be more than happy to show off these wares to anyone with gold.
But that's the
It
thing.
didn't take much to convince him to let us back there.
Hugle, do you have the ability to locate or identify an object?
If I prepare it, I can locate something that I'm familiar with.
Hypothetically, tomorrow, if we go out into public spaces and you activate that, could we start to narrow down a list of people to confront?
I saw a lot of the
The pepper
available
box.
weapons in there that I don't see why not.
All right, then you're perhaps familiar-ish with this, and we happen to have those weapons on hand.
If it's a match to what you've got, then I can't see it being any harder than the sending stone we attempted.
This is an option. Not saying it's a perfect option, but it's a way to narrow down the crowds.
I reckon we can do both at the same time.
All right, sounds good.
If we're within 1,000 feet of someone with the pepper box, it could at least give me a ding of the direction to head.
Let's say we were to hire a Skye coach or some means of moving around the city quickly, just a regular coach. That would mean we could keep that up and then increase the chance of finding or pinging on one of these.
We could do that, yes.
These are just speculations, but I'm trying to see if there's a way to narrow down a city that's very big.
I mean, it will probably also tell us if there's anybody else in the city that seems to have these guns as well.
Either way, it's a lead.
Alright, we can do that. Sounds good.
We do also have a pretty convincing disguise ready with to confront Singh. I'm not sure what you'd like to do with that, or if you'd like to still use that, but it's at the ready. No pressure to.
No, you need to know what she looks like. And I need to tell you about her. Especially if we're going to follow this path.
Would you prefer to go somewhere a bit quieter, like a
Yes,
Alright, let's
absolutely.
tavern or home, someone.
Somewhere without listening ears.
That's the one. Is it safe at yours?
Hopefully, I can put up an alarm around it, but I've been keeping an eye on things. Had someone look for a couple of seconds longer than I would have expected, but other than that, no.
Alright. Sebastian's place is closer, right?
To like the Traders Bay? I'm a district down, I think. In
I believe you are correct. Yeah,
Coronets. So one and a bit. If we
Yeah,
take
one
the-
and a bit, so-
If we cut through Zalotto, it might be faster.
yeah, about an hour and a bit if you guys make pace. Definitely.
Yeah, can we just hire a coach?
You absolutely can hire a coach.
Oh shoot.
If you want to do it without people having a gander, let me just.
That would be delicious.
Wait, have I got it here? I can't call. Wow, the DM screen has everything except hiring a taxi.
Oh
The
yeah.
fuck is this? You know what? I'm just get. Fuck it. I'll just say, make it. If you want to go from one district to another, it's well, we'll go 5 copper. Fuck it. It's just like a quick taxi, like an Uber.
Yeah, Uber it in.
Beautiful.
I wish it was a 5 copper.
Oh, fucking A.
Right. Tell me about it.
Alright.
We catch a taxi back to Sim's place.
Absolutely. Quick, you basically walk over to one of like the few places where like coaches are kind of parked up, and again, it's taking the lower paths. So the coaches roll out into like one of those down-sloped stone concrete things, and you're like, "Come on, bud, make it quick." And you're like, "Alrighty," you take off through the lower paths, and eventually he pulls up to the steps where you guys are able to go up the steps back onto the main street, and then you walk just down the road back to Sebastian's house, and it is a nice, efficient, quick little jaunt. It does put you out of the pocket a little bit, but it gets you there. And sure enough, you guys cross the threshold, and Sebastian, if you are going to set up an alarm, just mark that down.
I'll mark the alarm, yeah. And I'll also, once I get inside and we get ready to start, it's a ritual, so I'll spend the 10 minutes to pop the alarm up, yeah.
I was
And
you
then-
can be cheeky and do it in the coach, so the second you walk through the door, you're like,
Set it up.
Goes out, yeah.
I don't
I'll
mind.
let you cheat the system.
That sounds good. I'll be ready. Just get the string set up, get the, bit of dust there. All right. Another thing I'll do is I'll take a little extra dust, toss it into the room near where like a little, I want to imagine it's almost like a turnstile sort of like thing, not to say to amplify sound, but something where he might typically put his illusions in the sitting
A
room.
turntable.
Yeah, and just play a bit of like music enough that it goes near the window, just to kind of drown out any extra noise
Yes.
and bring everyone in.
You can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just something
Nice
jazzy.
strings in the background.
something fun.
And you guys feel comfortable enough to speak without people hearing
Yep.
into what's happening.
That's all I need. Heavy curtains as well. So
Yes.
yes, we're good.
All
right.
right. Well, if Zeph was up for it, did you want to begin the process of molding you
So
to
by this
my
point,
worst enemy?
It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon by this point, maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. By the time you guys walk in the door and get comfy, you're able to sit in like one of the drawing rooms of the house and have a chat. But I turn this to you because this is your character doing this, so you tell this story here. Absolutely, it's a chance for me to take a drink. Hey.
So obviously going off of Hugle's drawings and then the minor illusion with the voice and whatnot, takes an hour, you said, right?
It is going to take about an hour to get it right. Yeah.
Have you done the tail yet, or do you still?
No, I can take some time. I
Yeah.
can get that done.
That
I can
can
also
just happen perpendicular to this.
I can
happening,
also
sure.
technically kind of peer around and see if there's anything. I might ask you, do you know what she might wear? I can see if Olivia has anything that's in size, or costumes or something.
If you have anything fucking pretentious, that would be fantastic.
Pretentious? Well, I mean, she does get things from the theater, so
Pretentious for a headhunter, though.
pretentious for a.
Practical.
Hmm.
Yeah, snazzy. I'll give it that at least.
Let's see what we have, and I'll kind of poke.
I
through
might
it.
hate her, but the drip is stupendous.
I'll poke through and see if I have anything that fits that description in
For
the house.
sure. So you duck upstairs and you're like, costumes.
Awesome.
Well, this happens
Yeah.
in the meantime as well. So describe it. This is your little boat, man. You're the captain of this vessel.
Well, I mean, you already described it before.
Yeah, but I want to hear it from you. Like, I want to hear how Zero tries to describe it to like really like.
You just like
I want to hear that petty shit.
you just like see her like sitting there on like a lounge. She's like helped herself to like a beverage of some kind, and like she'll say something like she has a big fucking ugly nose, and then like Hugle's looking at the drawing like, and she's got big prominent brow and a monobrow. She doesn't in the drawing at all.
You was there kind of like, do I add this? to
In the
drawing?
process while you're doing that, and then like Zeph will do it for like a split second, and then actually do it to how it's supposed to.
I'm gonna go like this, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, I hate it.
And then it'll just be like sort of like a string of insults and not really happen. But then eventually she gets over it. And, there's a couple of things that she adjusts, and it gets to the point like when she has to get up close and personal and is like almost like gently touching your face, almost like kind of seeing with her hands, trying to get it exactly how she saw it on that night, because that is the most recent memory she has of her. And when it's finally done and the voice is there and the tail is on, she then stands there and like puts her hands on your shoulders and just starts squeezing them a little bit too tight as she's just looking at this almost, for her, it's perfect. It's exactly how she remembers it from that night. And then she composes herself and loosens her grip. It's a little bit too good.
It's still me.
If I'm not overreaching, who is this person to you?
And she'll take another seat. This is Tess. She is a very high up headhunter. One of the best. Has been one of the best for a long time. She's the one who used to give me my work. She does very high-paying clientele. She doesn't do little jobs. Hasn't done them for as long as I've been working for her. She wasn't always, I suppose, my delegator, but she was for a large portion of time, and I used to get very high-profile jobs from her, paid very good gold. One day, I wanted to retire, and I told her, if you let me go, no strings attached, whatever job you have on your list that no one wants to take, that you just think is impossible, I'll take it and I'll do it if you let me go. Because you can't, I'm sure as you're aware, you can't just leave the sunken sector. And so, I did the job. I finished the job. She fucked me over. I was meant to kill an entire building of cultists. Typical bullshit. Sacrificing people. I thought it was all just a bunch of over-exaggerated fucking bullshit. And when I got there, and it wasn't bullshit. I can see why it was a job no one wanted to do. Groups wouldn't even take it. And I started cleaning house, as you do. I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm good at my fucking job. And then there was someone among the cultists that I am very familiar with. But I'm a woman of my word and I finish every job. The last cultist I killed in that house was my eldest son, Hugle. I knew it was him before I killed him. I didn't know he was a cultist, but when he took off the mask, I still finished the job because I finish every job. No son of mine was going to be some crazed fucking sick bastard. I've done some shit in my line of work. But I don't do shit like that. There's kids. I know my moral compass is askew on the best of days, but I don't do kids. Because I wouldn't like it if it was my kids. But unfortunately, it was my kids. She knew he was one of them. She gave me that fucking job. And I didn't even get to bury my son, because when I walked out of that burning building, hanging on within an inch of my life, because it was a near impossible job,
She fucking kicked me while I was down. Knocked me out cold. And I haven't been able to find my son's body since.
Zefaris, can I please get you to roll a history check with advantage, please?
It's 50 each.
The story in the background of your mind actually triggers a little bit from what you were a lot earlier in your career. A little bit earlier in your career, just under a year back, where a large inn actually did go up in flames, kind of impromptu. So that thread gets connected.
After that, she disappeared. Told me before she put me to sleep that no one leaves the sunken sect. And after that, she was gone. The fucking coward she is. And I have reason to believe now that she has taken a high-profile job within the council. And I believe she has something to do with the security sect that's been erected. I believe she is the one feeding information about the members of the sunken sect to this security sector they have erected. Which, if that's the case, is extremely problematic. If there is a hierarchy, she is surely quite close to the top of the sunken sect. She knows a lot about a lot of people. You and I will not be exempt from that.
So she's trying to clean house to make her legitimacy less threatened, or just take power of the sect itself?
I honestly could not tell you. That bitch is fucking beyond me. I did everything she asked. I've been doing this for 30 fucking years. Every job she threw my way, I did them all. That's why they call me Zero. Zero mistakes, zero mess, zero evidence. And then this fucking happens. I'm gonna kill her. And it's gotta solve a whole lot of fucking problems.
Are you sure that's... She needs to die. I'm not questioning that, but I think there's more to unpack for you.
You hear a voice in the back of your mind. I'd like to unpack indeed.
After you say that, you see like Zero like physically like wince off to the side.
Hugo will walk up and grab your hand. We'll find the body.
You probably won't.
This Tess is a coward. Probably, from what I've heard, the greatest coward I've ever known. I think, if you think that she is at such a profile that the court of I want her dead as well for what she's done, but I also know that some things are worse than death for someone like her. For someone with such a high reputation, with such closed units. Someone like her needs to see her cards fall. That needs to hurt more than death. But if it came down to it, and you had a moment to make that choice, I wouldn't have hesitated. And I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through. And I don't think anyone here blames you.
It's my fault. People like me should not have kids. That's just the beginning and end of it.
It's not your fault.
Fate
People like her
determines.
should not have power.
If death was coming for your son, it wasn't Tess or you that brought it, but the fate. The gods have a plan for all of us in these situations.
Fuck the gods. Don't tell me that shit. That was fucking Tess through and through. She fucking knew. She knew from the fucking beginning my son was gonna be there. She fucking sent me anyways. I'm sick of this god bullshit.
Grab your hand tighter. She is evil, and what happened to you is unforgivable.
If there really is a god of death, I want that bitch on her front fucking doorstep. And I will do whatever it takes.
I'm here as her representation on this earth, and I will be there on the front steps with you.
Someone like that's going to keep going. She's not going to stop until someone puts her in her place. In this case, permanently.
Who better than the person that she thought would be lesser than her?
I think you're right.
Because if anyone deserves revenge, it's Zero.
You are correct. We'll give you some space if you need it.
I'm just gonna take a moment.
Of course. I'll get up and move away from the living room.
I'm just gonna go wash my face. I'll find my way. Sorry for shouting. And then she's gonna just go and awkwardly try and find a bathroom.
Seems like it'd be a bit awkward if I...
Yeah, just let her go. She'll find one eventually. 32 hours later.
I will say the interaction sort of stemmed after you were able to find a multitude of costumes that were like large dusters and vests and white blouse, which Zero was able to confirm to Zefaris that this is probably more so what you would wear. Fake Tale goes on, and we'll say before that interaction, you're quite confident in your abilities that this is enough of a point where you could pass off an adequate deception. Zero, as you move into one of the washrooms, just trying to like scrub. Like, you've been so angry that you feel like the only way to stop being angry is to attempt to like just wash the anger off. It's why you sit in the shower for an hour to attempt to make it work. That's what it's like. And no matter what you do, you roll your sleeves up, you take your gloves off, you literally like start taking off bits of your kit so you can just like smash your face in water, and no matter what you do, like you just there's this burning sensation in the back of your mind, and you're just like, oh, and it's killing you, and no matter what you do. And as you splash your face and you look back up into the mirror and you pull your hair back, again, that big gnarly scar mark down the side of your left side, immediately in the reflection, but not in the most invasive of ways, a bit adjacent to you in the back of the reflection is the Wanderer, the thin man that haunts your dreams. And for the first time since you and even the rest of the party ever saw him, he looks a bit perplexed. He sits with his long arms crossed, standing over you in the shadow. This lady here seems like quite a troublemaker for you. I can see why you're so fond of those memories. You and your kids.
What the fuck do you want?
Oh, my dear. Sometimes in my career, he like steps in a little bit, and that's when his hands touch your shoulder, and like you realize that he's like fully here around you, away from the away from the view of everybody else. I believe our agreement was, I owe you. I do something for you. You do something for me. Not that it's gotten to that point yet, but there are a couple of benefits from working hand in hand with me.
What can you do for me? What can you offer?
I think if you lean into the power that I've gifted to you, you might have enough to do some real damage.
I don't even know how to use it. I don't even know what it is.
My kind of people, we garner power for being alive than your tiny little brain can understand. It's hard work, but somebody has to do it. I'm amazed the reaction from your shifting friend downstairs didn't it trigger some sort of moment. We come from the same plane of existence. But you try to keep yourself calm. Sometimes not calm enough, but calm nonetheless. Lean into it. If your anger is what fuels you, use it. It'll be fun. A huge forked tongue comes out, comes back in. You never know. You might like it.
Just lean into it and the rest will come.
More or less. Magic's a tricky thing. Ask your friends.
I don't know if I want to talk to them about this.
Long hand reaches around and firm enough that you know he wants you to look, but not enough that's like fucking like crushing your skull.
She won't resist it.
Yeah, just turns and points you, and by this point it's the same ominous thing where like his head is at your level, but the rest of his body curls over the top, like he's so long. And again, being the fact that he's a nature of another plane, you probably think that he has some sort of weird temporal difference in how big he is compared to everybody else. When he leans down, yeah. Gonna be hard to hide it, don't you think? They were all there, they saw it. And I saw what you tried to do with your newfound friend there with the rocks. I own you until I decide that the deal is done. And I'm working on it. I might need your help yet. So in the meantime, just be up. Like slaps us on your face. Be a good girl. Have fun. And he begins to lean back, never breaking eye contact. You have a little moment if you wish to get anything in before you know he's about to leave.
If the time comes, will you show me? Will you show me how to use it?
What kind of husband would I be if I didn't? My. And he steps behind the shower curtain and gone.
Oh god. I love that guy.
I love that money.
Oh. She'll just spend some time, just some R&R in the bathroom. She'll be in there for a while before she comes back out.
Okay.
No one else has anything? I'd say Hugle, after sort of you walking away, kind of takes a moment, catches his breath because it all hits close to home, the kid stuff. We'll go over to Voyage. I believe I owe you an apology. All this time, and I've been so caught up in my own ideas of what I'm after that I've never actually thought to ask what your mission is.
Mine's not as big or as grand as anyone else's.
But it's yours.
Mm.
You've been there for the rest of us. I'd like to be able to.
Not so gracefully, but I try to be.
I'd like to return the favor. Might not seem as grand, but if it's your mission, then it's my mission now too.
Yeah, fair enough. From the sounds of it, we're heading that way anyway, so it all kind of just works out.
I wonder why that is. It's like we have a god.
This Raven Queen of yours is a saint.
No, I'm just gonna levitate to my bed.
Even flow.
Well, look, if there's anything we can do to help Voyage, you let us know. And might I say as well, having someone who isn't predictable in the sense of the way that they move through things and approach things is the key to survival in Hannenfreiss. If you're a predictable target, it's like shooting an arrow at something on a pendulum swing. So I would say having people with different approaches is how we've been able to continue this far. So thank you. And Hugle, gods do work in ways, just not in ways that people initially see. I'm sure you've seen flowers and how they mathematically move on spirals and angles. A sunflower hits a golden ratio of 137.5 degrees. That's why it looks so many small things.
This man's putting JoJo references in my game.
So, all I want to say is, even if it's not seen, not all of us have powers of gods that manifest in ways like yours do, but I like to think that they are working through everyone. But times and places with things, I think people are ready for different things, but I think you knew that already.
I've seen my fair share of people dealing with the understanding of death. I know it might seem confrontational sometimes to bring this up to them, but ultimately it is something that can help.
It carries weight.
I've dealt with a similar situation to hers. Something I don't go into often, but I understand the idea of losing a child and feeling responsible for that.
Can't say I haven't felt in a similar way before either, Hugle.
I would like to turn this in a moment. I want to turn this over to Zeph, because you found yourself in a very, by the graces of whatever god you worship or don't worship smiles upon you, you specifically have found yourself in a very peculiar position due to your natural ability. I don't want to say the term thrusted, because you are able to do this of your own volition. But with everything going around, realizing how badly this person has wounded someone that you now care for, how extremely you care for them is up to you entirely. The sharing of information between the party and everyone trying to unify for this goal, it seems to be intrinsically linked to a lot. What's going on in Zeph's head? How do they feel right now? Especially when that in a moment you glance over and you just catch a reflection of yourself off one of the paintings on the wall with the glass, and it's probably the most you've never looked like you, I would dare say.
There is a snarl on Zeph's face. They are visibly not happy with how any of this has played out, and with the information that Zero has shared, and then also the feeling of sadness and stuff like that, but just the anger that is there, it won't go away. It's like, best way I could describe it is it's an empathy reaction. They feel what Zero is feeling, in the sense of, if that happened to me, I would also want that.
You're angry because your friend's angry because you justified their emotion.
So, pretty much in the sense of whatever Zero decides, Zeph is there.
I'm going to ask you a very particular question, because I am that guy. I am that bitch. When you snarl at yourself in that reflection, I would say almost subconsciously forgetting that you look like the person that you're now trying to hunt down. Would you attempt to hide it, or would it just be an open reaction? Like your disdain for how you look right now is just that obvious?
Yeah.
I would like you to make a perception check, please, as you come down the stairs and possibly may see this moment.
But she has dark vision.
Yeah.
Dark
vision.
It's a nat 1 coming to a total of 6.
I saw one.
In the jail. All you'd notice, I would say, is you see Zefaris looking at themselves in the reflection and quickly turning, acknowledging your presence as you walk down the stairs. Now, by this point, it is getting into the afternoon on today, this game. What do you guys want to do? How do you want to approach this? There seems to be a lot of threads that have now also been laid to bear as connections seem to be made that didn't seem to connect before and now do. So I put this specifically, I guess I would say, I probably have to put it to you two specifically because you're kind of leading this at this moment in time.
Well, now that Zeph knows what she looks like, what she sounds like, and what her name is, and kind of what she would wear and what her demeanour is, she can change into her at any time.
Okay.
So we don't have to do this immediately. We can do it whenever.
You see, with the costume clothes like quickly thrown over the top,
Yeah.
it sells pretty fucking decent.
When she comes back down, Zero will kind of like walk past Zeph and just like give her like a light tug on whatever coat she's wearing. You could think about.
From the top of Zeph's head, you'll start to see the hair go back to the ginger colour and then the skin colour go back to white and then just kind of like melts off of their body.
I fully feel like the horns are solid, and then as it shuts, the horns just fall to hair.
Yeah.
That's tight as hell.
Yeah,
that's tight as hell. Like the smoothest color transition, like just it's what it is. It's second nature.
Tea, coffee, anyone while we discuss this?
Yes.
Something to snack
I'll
on.
take a tea.
I think a pot of tea would be nice.
I'll bring one round.
Sebastian, a little apron. Hell yeah.
I'll hop out and grab some.
Yes, for
Sometime.
sure.
You guys carry on.
Yes.
So, now that we are all up to date, did we still want to go to that warehouse?
Do you want to give it some time before we go? Okay.
What's happening here? Prithee, do tell me, Lord.
Some rolls.
It's always frightful when because these two are terrible for it. They roll and then tell me what it is, and my heart stops. I forget
I don't
that
know.
I'm on this side of the screen, and I'm scared.
That's an 11 of perception, so that doesn't win over your natural one.
Mhm.
I was just going to see if Zeph could see any sort of distress or anything like that.
Oh, roll. That's gonna be deception for sure. Roll deception.
That's an 11.
Meets it or beats it. You do notice.
So passive insight, I guess I'd notice too.
Oh,
16.
yeah, fucking oath. As an empath, I can feel it.
Yeah. I was
You're
just
up there
rolling
with
inside.
No matter how hard you try, the second everyone looks at you, you're like, fuck, they know.
It's it is a bit of distress, but after that conversation in the bathroom, it's almost like she looks like she's got an itch she wants to scratch. Like she's kind of looking for a way to blow off steam, looking for a fight, looking a bit almost twitchy.
I think that probably answers a lot of questions that the party has about what the go is going to be. Do we opt to go find the warehouse?
And if we're going guns blazing.
Above the table. What's
Sorry.
going on at the warehouse again?
VTech, there was a letter on the guards. Oh,
That's right, yep.
Yeah. This is where that shipment was coming along. The one that Shatter was, or someone, or maybe the guards was. No, it was the guards supposed to meet back there, I believe.
Yes,
No,
you're
right,
correct.
yeah.
Once the property sort of had been sorted.
Sebastian comes out with a tray of like teacups, and
Yeah.
they're the most weird amalgamation of colours. Like they're meant to look like circus tents, but they're all like they look like they're patchwork. But they're like, cute, but they're like real odd. Like, yeah, the wife bought these for sure.
Absolutely.
But if that's the plan, for the sake of brevity, we can line that up, and you guys finish your tea and coffee, get reinvigorated with caffeine. You have had a short rest. That is a short rest. I'll allow you guys to mark off short rest.
Cool.
Spend any hit die you want for health should you need it. I don't think you do. But any short rest abilities, you guys will get them back. So
Cool.
good for that.
Sounds good.
You guys move
Wonderful.
to Vortekken, which, yes?
Did everybody want to go to the
Oh,
warehouse?
yes,
Like, if
did.
somebody.
I think we might need to clarify our approach here and just all be on the same page with that. Do we want to try and how much information do we need to garner before, or if we do suggest guns blazing, we probably want to know what we're getting into before we approach this.
You want to come up with a plan?
Well,
Welcome to.
all right. Suppose we'll get there and figure it out once we see the place.
I think plans are good. Last time didn't go exactly the way we'd hoped, I don't think.
I suppose not, no.
Ideally, we don't want to be leaving a path of dead knights in the wake for this investigation.
That would be rather, yes.
That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
That thing that you did to do the recording, can you do that again?
Sure.
Not now.
Delete.
Just like a small clip of saying, not now.
Fully just throws the rock in the bin.
But if you can do that again, that would be helpful. I'm thinking that if we do go to the warehouse, we don't necessarily act unless we need to. We suss it out first, have a look, see who's going in and out, see if there's anyone that looks familiar. And we use your recording to maybe place it near a window or a door, something that's open, to listen in on the inside, see if we can figure out what they're saying.
Right, get more information.
Yeah.
That could be good. We do also have the possibility, since we have a copy of the letter, to go as the guards that were meant to go there. Option. Not saying it's the best one in this situation. I prefer your idea.
I also prefer that we do not go as the people that we murdered because of the fact that if anyone says anything or asks a question that we do not know about because we don't know them personally, we will not be able to answer them.
You are right. You are right.
And that will only raise suspicion and say if someone is hit or hurt and then their glamour is dropped, then we'll be found out.
Right. Let's stick with your plan. Let's go.
We take a quiet approach, we see what's going on, and if need be, we draw weapons.
All right. We'll do what we can.
I can always use some of my spells to listen in a little bit further.
Yep.
Sounds good.
At this point in time, I think with this warehouse, information is all we can get. If we go in with weapons out, we will only be further in shit than we already are.
This is true. But if we ever do need to move anyone out of... Not too many people on that side, I know, but I have... It's not my first sort of approach to these sorts of deal people. Somewhat. Let's do what we can.
You seem to have a solid foundation for a formulated plan. And I'll say with that, we move to that. I know it's going on a little bit past when we would normally cut it off, but I don't want to kind of end it abruptly, so we'll try and rectify this whole situation to leave it on a good moment because this is getting a bit fun. So, instead of just farming out rolls in the sense of it's like, oh, maybe if you roll high enough, you'll fucking find it. I want to put it to the table. Is there any clever ways that you think you could locate a particular warehouse in a district that has a couple? You do have the note. The note, unfortunately, didn't have an address on it because it seems the people that have it just know it by sight and know it by memory. So is there perhaps any cheeky way that you guys could describe it to me?
Yeah, thank you. Dog, smell.
Oh, that was a copy of the note. That's not the original.
Where's the original?
I believe Val has it. No, wait. Is that the name? Yes, Val has it. The tiefling from before.
Right.
The well-dressed one.
Was that one resting against it by chance?
You can try.
Smell it.
You know what? Just roll. I'm just gonna say roll perception with advantage. You've just got to beat a 10.
Have you washed your pants recently?
My pants. The ones I'm
The
wearing.
one that you had the vial.
With advantage, right?
The vial. Oh, the coat? The cloak? No, I haven't watched that yet.
If that doesn't work, the piece of paper would
You're
the
21.
drug residue work.
Oh, depends if there was any on it, so I was cleaning it.
Did we get any other notes from?
What I was getting Dog to look for very specifically was
Yes.
if those guards had come through here before.
Uh,
Granted, it has rained recently, and the smell is probably well worn. But if it's indoors, he might be able to pick up a scent.
I'll say there was a couple of things that were grabbed off the guards. I'll give this to
Oh,
you
yes,
guys because
that's
I'm
right.
not that cruel. And
Oh,
That's
come
right.
on.
The key. There was also there's also a set of jailer's keys and a flask of
Oh, look,
liquor.
it's dusty.
Red light.
My house.
Yeah, you
The
guys.
matter I asked for!
You have the horn. There was gold. The vials had been in presence, and then obviously you have the copy of the note as well, which was a
Files are
that.
destroyed. Yeah.
I'll say the vials are destroyed, but the vials obviously drugs do permeate a scent, especially of a magical nature. I'm gonna say it's very clever, and I'm not gonna make you farm out rolls for it. I think that was, and plus I made you roll perception for dog to see how good he was gonna pick it. He got a 21. Like that's
nice.
Yeah.
perfectly fine. He just does that thing where he goes, and all his fins flatten out, and he just goes, and the lowest to the ground you've ever seen this dude get, he just goes, and he just starts going.
Does he leave like a snail trail behind him?
bit of venom, yeah. Like you're like,
Does he have bones? Is he a physical entity?
I don't know.
Okay, he's a bit of both.
yeah, literally. It's like he's like working his way through. And
I'm just as confused as you are.
I've been trying to ask this bar, but it won't tell me.
The
Okay.
boat. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Hugo's like, what? Nope.
okay, so you guys move and you follow dog the best you can. It's been about 40 minutes, so by this point it's about 4 in the afternoon, maybe 4:30, give or take, as you guys sort of prepped and got your stuff ready. You end up on the end of a long street in Vortekken. Again, it's not entirely empty. Vortekken is the slums, but is not entirely empty. There are people more down on their luck as you guys progressively try to move in a tight clump and keep your group together while following dog. You do pass several people huddled around like drum fires. At one point, you glare down an alleyway and you see one like emaciated humanoid, maybe an elf. Just their face like just gone, struggling to move. It is not a particularly good spot to be. Zero specifically, you get a bit of a shiver down your back as you pass the bell tower and one of the old academic buildings that were there from many, many moons ago. The air is heavy and it weighs down on you guys quite a bit as you push through. But push through you do. And finding this street, down slightly on a gap, seems to be an empty warehouse. Large windows and doors barred along the front. Some glass seems to be broken out. And immediately near the front door, you do notice 3 guards 3 of more of those knights guarding the premises. They seem to be a little bit more casual in their stance. You can see the motions of hands and stuff. Their helms are still down. They're obviously talking to each other. But they don't seem to be really patrolling. They seem to be a bit more lax, seemingly through the day. But the building itself does look a bit run down, and Dog is like kind of gnawing at you a bit, like, I'm pretty sure it goes here. Like, this is where the smell is. Like, help me out here.
This one?
But 3 guards. There does seem to be a problem.
Quick question. I can't
Yes.
prepare spells on a short rest. It's long rest, isn't it?
For clerics?
I'm pretty sure it's long
Yeah, I
rest.
think so.
I think it is long rest.
Yeah,
my
cool.
memory serves me correctly. Yeah.
Shall we find
Another way in. I like that thinking. I might just, I think Sebastian, if it's possible, take that smaller rod from before,
Yes.
twist it, hold up a curtain, step through it, and now he has cast a Skye self and looks more like someone in some sort of clothes from this sort of area, and more like a half-orc, basically, so greenish sort of
For
skin,
sure,
tusks.
for sure. Dusty, matted clothes with like mothballs and bites, bit of scruffy facial hair, broken tusk, like kind of just pull together an image from one of the characters in Olivia's books at home, like someone who is dressed up to look like a beggar.
Yes.
So it's like this weird,
Mix.
an illusion on top of a ruse, basically.
Yes.
But yes, absolutely so.
Cool. Sounds good. I'll spend accordingly.
Yes, for
Just
sure.
so rather not get my face directly seen, since we probably want to keep these people alive if we run into them. Nonetheless, I have an extra charge of my smoke and mirror. I can try and go invisible now. Disguise is not concentration, luckily. So that's an option. Do we want to just try and scout the place out? Who would like to do that?
I'll have a look, see what's going on. In the meantime, I need one of you to find a window, if you can pry it open, or if it's already open. See if anyone's inside. If there is, cast one of your spells so we can hear what other people are saying or record it. That way, if there's any information that they're talking about, we have.
I have the option. We can see inside, or we can hear inside. I don't need a window.
I feel like it would be better to hear from the voices directly myself, so maybe I should get closer. Though you do have the ability to
Maybe
read distance.
you can record and you can see.
So I can cast clairvoyance around a corner inside a building that I like on the other side of a door. Like if I know there's a space on the other side, I'm able to cast clairvoyance into that. So just kind of getting up against the wall somewhere or nearby, I'll cast clairvoyance inside the thing with sight.
If you can see anyone.
So Hugle pulls out a little glass eye.
What are you smiling about, motherfucker?
And the eyes on his necklace will kind of flare for a minute. And now I have the ability for 10 minutes to see inside. What I'm going to say I'll throw it about, 6 foot inside from where the front door of the thing is. It could be small or big, I don't know, whatever you determine's inside.
Okay. So, while you're doing this, can you recite to everyone what you see? Is that kind of how the spell works? Or you have to intake it and then tell people?
When you cast a spell, you choose hero sight. You can choose space. As an action, you can switch between seeing and hearing, so I can actually change if they start talking around. I can swap it to
Yeah,
that.
you get a while as well. Yeah, for sure.
If someone has see invisibility or true sight, they can see an orb floating beside them. But
Okay.
no, it just sounds like an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you, such as behind a door, around a corner, in the trees, that sort of stuff. Sense remains in place for the duration. It just seems like I've got like another set of eyes.
Okay. So before you guys decide to send anyone into the path of danger, Hugle, calling upon your clerical magic, trying to do the right thing, and you feel that slight cold gust of wind, and ever so faintly off in the distance, maybe you think you hear the core of a raven. Knowing that the magic of your deity is behind you, and for a while, for a moment, you guys see Hugle's eyes go white, like a pan over, and then it just goes back to normal, like as your secondary sight begins to open. Now, what I get from that is, as long as what's on the opposing side of this blockade isn't magically stopping you, you can just see what it is as per what the spell says. So, I'm not going to need you to roll any perception or insight to take in what you see, because what you see is not a pretty sight. From your spectral perch, your little entity you cast in, a very large room, warehouse, obviously. You're not unprivy to what they are. Cast in heavy shadow as a soft purple glow resonates from the ground floor where you've cast your clairvoyance. Large steel drums of cauldrons and glowing purple and sometimes blue liquid. You see individuals clothed in heavy leathers. Not quite sure where the leathers are garbed from. Maybe some sort of workers. You've seen some blacksmiths wear something similar. These seem a little bit more heavy duty. Seeming for safety against like sparks or smithing blades, like stuff that's not going to allow someone to get burned or maimed by something. These barrels are being relocated onto big, heavy steel plates, like pallets, but heavier duty. You see, like big, like brutish people, like obviously the strong people are there, wheeling these steel barrels and some smaller crates and stuff away. And I'll even say with that, because it's real, you're completely stealth. You're not trying to sneak a peek. You're just getting one for free. You see workers again in like heavy cloths pouring this vile stuff out of drippers, like chemical drippers, of a very familiar blue and purpley viscous liquid into small vials and popping lids in them, quickly waxing and sealing them and popping them into the crates, and they're getting moved down to these individuals to lift. And not far off from the immediate other side, from inside the door where you've looked, you see a large metallic construct with a giant vat of some kind, with steps leading around to an access hatch on the top, where there's a larger leather-clad individual, like big goggles, and they has a crate of glowing and electrifying purple crystals that then opens the hatch and tips it into the bay and then seals it with this long turn. And you see there's another worker who touches an onyx runic pad like you guys have seen in the elevators. And you'll see as the room is filled with this flashing purple light, but like thunder, but it's dead silent. It's silent inside this machine. Do you relay this to the party as you see it?
They are definitely working with Astral in there. I've never seen something so...
Yes, keep going.
So, I don't even know how to explain it. There's giant glowing crystals. There's a giant construct in there working with them. There's dozen workers.
About a dozen. And the construct is not really a machine. It's like just a barrel. Like, it's not really, there's no constructs. They're all humanoids.
Yeah.
It's just a giant barrel that they're like tipping this shit into. And it's like creating this like thunderous light and there's no sound.
There's about a dozen or so workers in there. They're dressed in fairly thick leathers. There's a lot going on in there.
I fucking hate that you took that spell. I had this whole thing planned out and you fucking stole it from me.
Does it look like anyone in there's talking or anything obvious?
Immediately, no, not right now. This is like machine shop shit. I would like you two specifically, please make a history check.
I'd say I start explaining the process I'm seeing.
Yes, for sure,
This
for
is
sure.
being poured into
Oh,
the
nat 20.
Natural 2. So
2 ends of the spectrum!
oh yeah, so not great for me, but
But,
4 plus for 8.
This is a distribution center, a packing center of some type. There's a lot of work going on in there.
You know a lot, Sebastian, about like magic and rocks and chemicals.
Yeah.
This one's a bit weird, so you're like, oh, it's not really. It's because of your career choice. Like,
Yes.
that's outside my purview.
Yes.
You, however, the only reason you know what this is because you're the oldest one here. This is a crystal, an energized crystal called rift glass. Rift Glass can be used for many things if used properly. It generates a charge of magic that are so potent it can actually forego other components for spells. However, due to the nature of its use, it can also be very unstable. Most mages will use it for like spell casting, but they also run the risk of suffering greatly from negative effects or receiving some boons. Sometimes it's good, like wild magic sorcery, like or sometimes it just creates something good. But sometimes it can also be very bad. Like can be the complete opposite effect. The name itself actually came from the wizard who discovered it. And again, for your record, because you've been here a long time, so you've seen the progression and change of things. The name of the wizard who actually made it has actually had his name and his rank, everything completely expunged from like history books and textbooks for discovering it and then denouncing it publicly. To even acknowledge that wizard apparently was like a big no-no. Like, and you probably even Val would tell you that in his studies doing like College of Law Bard stuff. But with all of that happening, the way it's being described to you and Hugle explaining it, you're pretty sure that what you have stumbled across is one of the supposedly many manufacturing plants of Astral in the city you call home. That's what we're going to call it.
Oh!
We got a little bit long, but I wanted to make sure we got to a nice ending for that. Very well done. I hate that spell.
I love that spell.
Well done.
But yes, you guys have
Almost didn't
discovered.
take it today.
You guys have seemingly got one step closer to finding out all of that stuff. Skye looks very upset. But yes, thanks everybody. And that was very good interaction. Almost cried, very hard. Yeah, that hits hard. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching. We really appreciate you guys tagging along. Thanks to anyone who, watching was like keeping up with like because the way we record the episodes and stuff with the lost footage and all that sort of stuff. We're doing the best we can with what we have. Everything's in-house, but we're still keeping the story going.
And thanks to our saviour with the amazing art
Yes,
from Bailey.
Bailey for doing the
And
art.
we've got some incredible art coming from Mon.
Very exciting.
It's
Very
all
exciting.
very cool stuff, and it's been great to have everything just done together. Yeah, it's good to be back after about
And
like
our
2 weeks.
next episode will be a one-shot in the Feywild.
Oh, it is too! Ah, I forgot about that. I get to play with you guys. This is so sick.
So I'll be running that game and we're going to have a whole lot of cool stuff on the table.
Excellent.
Oh man, that's gonna be crazy. I actually will put this out too before it goes to print. The next Tale of the Tombs Table episode, which we plan to do, might very well just be audio only if we can't secure the cameras for that particular weekend. But we'll let that know and we'll see what happens.
Huzzah.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Gentlemen's agreement. Huzzah!
Some of you may die. That's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
Had to squeeze one more meme in.
Yeah. But with that, wonderful job, players. Wonderful job to everybody. And again, Josh, for sticking tight and letting these guys run rampant. We love it. And keeping them invisible.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you guys for watching. And we'll see you all in the next episode of Tomes and Tales. Ooh.